We begin the coastal campaign. Don't. We already had to restart once. So we begin Broken Concords today. A story of the eastern coast of Volusia, where the Clovis Concord and the Zemnian coast are having some issues. They fought a civil war when the Clovis Concord was a part of the Zemnian Empire approximately 43 years ago at this point. The Concord ended up winning the conflict and proclaiming a concord between the two surviving primary families, that being the Cartons and the Batashus. The war devastated both sides, and the entire coast has been rebuilding their armadas and their capability for even trading with people around Volusia ever since. Since the return of the Githyanki at this point approximately 13 years ago, and the war that was fought there, not only has Chimeria been established, an island that is now effectively an interdimensional trading port for the elemental planes, the Feywild, and the Shadowfell to find their way into the prime material plane, but also the Githyanki, after failing their martial invasion, have begun influencing politics, bribing people, seemingly trying to inseminate themselves into the realm in a more secretive and covert sense. And with that, we find that they seemingly slipped a word of information to both sides, that being the Zemnian coast and the Clovis Concord, that there is an ancient device hidden in the Zemnian Sea, which is a very, very dangerous, raging sea. There's a reason why the New World or a new continent has not been discovered by a very seafaring coast. That's because it's a very dangerous sea, lots of monsters. Never has a ship returned from a very, very, very long journey. But there are whispers of the possibility of that being an option, of them actually being able to find something new, like the Rundalian Empire did a little over a decade ago. And both sides are fighting for it hard. And so are the Githyanki. All three factions seem to be chasing these pieces down. 4 pieces of one puzzle. 2 massive stone slabs with ancient symbols and seemingly ridges wrote into the side of it, and then 2 smaller stone pieces that fit into the face of each. Currently, as it is known by you guys, as a minor brief was sent to your characters when they were summoned to the Cannon Fire shipping post, which, to zoom in on the map, is... Come on, where's my mouse right now?
Go over here.
Is this guy right here.
Enhance.
So this right here is the Cannon Fire shipping post. You guys are coming from all over the Clovis Concord to the Cannon Fire shipping post, as you are told that you will be met by members of both the Batashu and the Carton family, along with the few other families that you guys do not represent. Regardless, all coming together to discuss the fact that the Concord has 2 of the pieces. One of the faces, one of the stone faces, and one of the keys. They do not fit together. The Zemnian coast have the key that fits into the face you have. And the Githyanki have the face that goes with the key that you guys have. Now, I will note that the Carton and the Batashus each have 1. So, even in the Concord, there is some separation on who has these items. You guys represent a series of families from this group. A few from the Cartons, mostly from the Batashus. Regardless, as we settle into this adventure off our eastern coast, we begin my mouse at? There we go. Found it. We begin as Severus Nakamura and their champion Namara Stormborn roll up on the Cannon Fire shipping post. There's a series of docks and quays. There's actually a pretty large shipyard where the Cannon Fire shipping post seems to be preparing new galleons. They're actively building new ships, and while this is not a very, very large stockyard, there definitely is the capability to build new vessels. And while places like Sindahar and Skartan are probably going to be more valuable in that regard, by far and away just by landmass, the Cannon Fire shipping post is fairly well renowned for putting out very, very, very high quality vessels. So as you guys pull up, you enter in. Let me double check something real quick. I had a list of things. Where is it? So as you arrive on the Laundering Lass, which is a very small, it's more like a skiff than anything else. It's meant for speed. Even though it is only about 25 feet long, very small for a vessel to be harboring members of such importance from the Nakamura and Stormborn families, its sail is nearly the size of a galleon's front sail. Not its biggest sail, but certainly larger than a ship of this size generally has, allowing it to catch an immense amount of wind. And with its super light weight, it has made this journey in just a few days, which would usually be about a week for an average ship. It's a very, very fast vessel. So as you are pulling in, you find that there is a very dark ship, slightly larger, more like a brigadier, already in port, that's painted black and purple along its side. And as you pull into port, you note that its masthead has the sign Umbral Fear along the side. You do not know this vessel off the top of your head, but you also note that the flag of the Taratuga family is flying among its mast. As you offload, you see that there are already a few people on the docks. There seems to be a representative of the Cartan family, standing at the edge, seemingly holding people back from entering into the keep of the island at this moment. But as you step off, you immediately note, you can't exactly place it, but there's a man there. He's got white and yellow robes. If both of you, starting with you, Logan, would like to introduce your guys' characters.
So I am Sean.
I said starting with you, Logan.
Oh, my bad.
Introduce each other's
My bad. I saw.
characters.
I saw two fingers. I was just like, oh, my
Starting
God.
with you, Logan.
I'm the idiot in class.
So as this well-dressed air genasi with flowing white hair, piercing blue eyes that if you look into, you almost like see flashes of light, like a storm in there. And when she gets mad, her pupils will turn black, and then you'll just see the light flashing from her eyes as the storm actually awakes inside her. And as she kind of starts to walk over, you quickly just run over and pull out your hand.
Yep. It's like, hello, my name is Sean Simons. I'm part of this vessel over here, the Umbral Fear. And you can see from my character a dirty blondish hair, a little bit unkept, but not too bad. With the white and yellow robes, as he said. And you notice with his eyes a tinge of a purplish hue in them as well. And he keeps himself very covered with his robes. He doesn't allow any skin to be seen at all.
As you guys greet each other, the family representative of your group, William Taratuga, also will step up and seemingly already known with Severus Nakamura, the family representative from your island, Logan. They seemingly greet each other with some cordiality. They're not buddy-buddy, but they do a common courtesy to each other, speak of the travels and how it went. You note that there are 3 other people already on the deck. Firstly, the representative of the Cartons, who seems to be at the end of the deck, kind of just holding place, making sure people do not continue on until everyone has arrived. But there is also someone you, Namara, specifically recognize as the representatives of the Quento family, as Evangeline and Cersei are already here, both of whom you know of. You may not know exceptionally well, but you definitely know Evangeline, as Evangeline is the younger and more recently renowned. You know the Quento family minorly. You know that they are survivors more than anything else, or at least this breed of them, as the mother and her daughter were previously a part of another family name that has now died out, as the man of the house and only man of the house died during the Civil War. So they married into a new family. Regardless, they will step over towards you. Evangeline does, and she does a slight courtesy. She says, "Welcome, Stormborn. I wasn't expecting you so early."
It is good to see you all in fine health. Yes, our trip was much faster than I expected. We had to leave my ship, the Tempest, behind, but this one has better legs on her. He kind of looks back at the little ship, looks over at the big ship and goes, but as they say, size does matter.
In naval combat, excruciatingly so.
And she kind of looks at you, kind of minutes and goes, this is an interesting collection. And she kind of looks back at the monk that she didn't actually tell him her name.
Yes.
He ran off to go pee.
He is a curious fellow. I hear he goes by a stage name among the streets of Taratuga. Apparently cleaned it up quite well. However, his social skills are quite lacking.
I noticed.
Yes. However, if my informants are correct, I won't have to deal with them. Thankfully.
Lovely.
I'll get all the old souls and the veterans. Or they'll get me. Either way. Works both ways.
Well, I'm sure you've got plenty of practice of handling the old ones.
She kind of chuckles for a second and says, "So tell me, Namara, what new tales have your bards rung up of your great duties?"
And she kind of just rolls her eyes and goes, I'm hard pressed to know what the family has written, but last I was hearing it was some tale of me outfoxing a corrupt merchant on the docks.
In Leviathan, member of the Zemnian Special Forces, in your home city nonetheless.
Oh, did you hear the whole song? Or he goes, I wonder if this was the version that the bards started or the ones they ended with. Was it the one where I caught him in my room after he had ravished me? She goes, that's the one the public loves, not the one my parents commissioned, but needless to say, I didn't.
Quite unfortunate. No, I heard the back end of the song before. As soon as the bard saw me enter, he changed it to a more pleasant tune, one could say.
Well,
both for your honor and for our ears.
Renown is a double-edged curse.
Isn't it so?
It kills you going and coming.
So with that, another ship pulls up, and you notice that it is flying the flag of the Weremont Watch Point. as someone that you know as a legend of the Civil War, a man by the name of Jathrak Venkus, a veteran from the First Civil War, a man who led nearly a dozen ships into a Zemnian force of 30 or so, and was able to survive while taking out most of their ships.
What's the last name again?
Venkus. It is not a royal name.
Does he still go by the Commodore title, or has he been taken up the title of Admiral?
He's retired as of 2 years ago, as far as I last knew. Apparently young enough to still bring it back for some Zemnian blood slaughter.
This is definitely shaping up to be interesting. I am very... I can't quite say... I just went brain dead on the word. I'm not
You got
jealous. What's the term for jealous that's highbrow?
Envious.
Envious.
I'm very envious. I'm not to say I'm envious of the position you're being put in, but I am definitely think you'll have yourself a much more enjoyable time.
I wouldn't be so certain. Regardless, there will be honor in both of our positions, and renown regardless.
What's the name of the character you're playing as right now?
She is Evangeline Quinto. She is slightly older than your character.
Yeah.
As she is the daughter of the person who survived the Civil War. Regardless. So as the Weremont Watchpoint ship comes up, there is another ship that also arrives. That being one of the Terraset family. And as you see the ship, a massive vessel. Almost you would say bigger than a galleon, which is very rare to see in such a small port as this. You don't even know if they could really house this ship on one of their ports. But as it gets closer, you see the Titan's Call begins to arrive. As they arrive at similar times. Offloading, you see Jathrak, this veteran of the Civil War, is actually a fairly quaint-looking man. You would say he's probably in his late 50s to early 60s. He's a human man. He may have a little elven blood in him as his ears poke up just slightly, but it's very diluted. On his hip, you find a flintlock with a very long barrel. It is still a singularly held weapon with one arm, but it's got a longer barrel than you would generally see. Along with that, there is a wicked-looking scimitar upon his other hip. He walks off with this studded leather armor that appears to be very enhanced magically. He walks out, he does have one of his eyes missing, and you see the scar wrap up, and he's actually bald through a spot where the scar marks up. Hair, just an absolute mess in patches of short, curly blonde hair that still hasn't whitened. Maybe that's the elven blood in him. As he steps off, a very grizzled man, but quite short, actually, closer to 5'2", 5'3". But as he steps off, it's immediately the exact opposite from the Titan's Call, as before the plank is fully lowered, stepping off onto the docks is an absolute giant of a man. Josh, if you would like to introduce your character.
So as my Goliath walks off the ship, he has his favorite shield and his favorite trident onto his back. As he's walking behind, I can't remember, what was his name again?
Jathrak.
So he's walking behind Jathrak, and you can hear him saying, "What do you mean? There's no serpents to kill. There's no pirates to kill. Why are we here?" As he's just complaining about just not having anything to do for the reason what he loves, again, proving his strength and his valor in fighting. As
you hear him talking about that, you see a very young man walking behind him. Shorter, maybe 5'5", 5'6", probably a 16, maybe even younger year old, a human man who is stepping behind him, who's just like, Bjorn, we are here as representatives of the Terraset family. As Harry, your representative, is speaking to you, just trying to flounder behind you and keep up with your elongated gait as you just walk like 3 steps of his in one. He's just trying to scramble behind you. He's saying, we are here as representatives of the Terraset family for a very important mission that you will be going on here soon. There will be serpents, there will be other creatures for you to slay and prove your honor and reputation in. But, as for now, you are to remain calm and your trident on your back. Remember, as my father said.
I remember he said words, but I couldn't remember all of them. I guess we'll just do this.
You bumbling oaf. This will not take long. You will likely be leaving tomorrow.
Tomorrow we're leaving? Alright, well, okay.
Likely.
Mead?
I'm going to kind of look back over her and go, serpents. I'm sure he's going to be a handful. And I'm going to lift an eyebrow at her and go, maybe 2.
Likely more.
I'm just like, you get all the fun.
And then she looks at Jathrak and he immediately locks eyes with her and he begins walking towards her, and then she kind of whispers over to you, I'm not so certain about that. These old heads are a different breed, one would say. And then she opens her arms and in a very, very cordial manner goes up and hugs this veteran, as this man and her mother are close friends from that time, 40 years ago. As this giant walks up, would you like to introduce yourself to Sean or Mara?
So as I'm walking up, I see... Who would I see first?
You would immediately see reflecting into your eyes a bright white and yellow uniform surrounding this man.
I turn over to the shiny man. I go, hey, Shawnee, Bjorn, nice to meet you. And I stick out. I'm just like running towards you. I stick out my hand.
Nice to meet you, Sean Simons.
And I would like to do a little intimidation of that shake.
Group death, grip his hand.
Good thing I at least did.
Go ahead.
Strength.
I'll say this would be a basic wisdom saving throw. That is generally intimidation or charm, frightening. So go ahead and roll an intimidation check, and then a wisdom saving throw.
Alright. This is immediately gone off.
Skills.
It's gone down real quick.
One below it, skills.
Oh, yeah, that's my whole thing.
Skills one below.
Yeah. With spectral.
Intimidation.
Yeah, plus 9.
What am I rolling? It's just
I
straight.
rolled 4
Just
plus
wisdom
9,
saving
so
throw?
13.
13.
Oh, it's the same as your mod.
Oh. 22.
22. Okay, so you grab, and Sean, it hurts. He tries to just break the bones in your hand. He's unsuccessful in doing so, but as he's looking down at you, almost with an intense glare, you're used to it. You fought bigger people than him before.
But also, you can also see a little bit of a shift in demeanor with how, with that pain coming in. It almost instinctively a different. You see a small flick.
Like I see that flick in your eye, and I'm just like, oh, there's something more here.
And then I calmly. It's nice to meet you.
I'm going to kind of step. I was like, I'm going to turn her as she's left to do that. I'm like, well, I guess it's my turn. And I'm going to walk up and go. So you ran off before I actually introduced myself to you.
Yeah.
So I was just like, you're like, hi, and then you ran off, and that's how we played it. So I'm gonna come over to the two of you and go, greetings. I'm Namira Stormborn, and I'm going to kind of give you guys. I'm going to nod to you. And I'm going to look up at you and go, look at your weapons, and I'm going to smile and reach out my hand to shake yours.
So I do the exact same thing.
I am going to do intimidation back, and my eyes are going to flash.
Okay. So we'll just go with the best.
That's a
roll.
23, a little better this time.
There you go.
Is it stuck?
That is a 19 plus 10 for 29.
Josh is helping.
As as we shake, you get a zap of electricity through my hand kind of just let you know, and my eyes, you can see like the storm as the clouds begin to come into my eyes as we shake and the lightning in them. And I'm like, I think you're going to be more fun than I expected.
I as I'm shaking your hand, I kind of feel that. I turn to Harry and go, I like this one.
It's like,
And Harry's just like in a political nightmare right now.
he's like, oh my gosh, bro, not again.
Bjorn, you can't do this to every political figure we come across.
Dude, Harry is running damage control right now, dog.
Harry immediately runs up to William and Severus and is just like, hi, ho, and just like freaking out. This is obviously probably his first like time as an actual representative of the family. Very nervous, very jittery.
I'm gonna try a persuasion. I got 25. It's like, since we can't get off the docks, why don't you just go get us a couple bottles of mead or rum, and I'll take care of these guys. We'll go to the other side where we're not in the way.
Okay. We have plenty of meat on the ship, unless you drank it all last night.
I mean, what it counts as all. How many barrels did we have?
I think we had 13.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone.
William is going to he's going to capture his confidence, and he is actually going to step over towards Severus and say, Mr. Nakamura, would you happen to have any mead? My giant is getting impatient. And Severus is going to look at him like, yes, I believe our more quaint ship only has one barrel, but there are a few bottles that could be taken from it. And William is going to, alright, and then he's going to walk over towards the smaller vessel of the Laundering Lass.
If you're in the mood, there are about 12 barrels of spiced rum in there that I could give you a pretty good deal on if you are interested.
My father told me not to purchase anything on this trip.
Harry, that sounds like a good deal.
He's gonna look to you and go,
You have your own gold.
he goes, by chance, are you
Yeah, but not a lot of it since I spent it on the other stuff.
We could come to an arrangement. Like, what is the range of rum that you would like? Like all the barrels? One barrel?
We're already drug dealing.
You said we're leaving tomorrow?
William is already gone. He's already
Harry, how many barrels we leave? How many we got? Whatever. I don't know. I guess 2 barrels.
Couldn't have
we
been
could.
any better of a character.
Very well, 2 barrels. It's like,
I don't got much. He Bjorn really not understanding like what money is. It's just kind of reaches in his pocket.
Fumbling.
it's just a smidge.
Some things are money, some things are shells, and he's just like, how much money? I don't have.
Yeah,
I have like 9 gold.
I was gonna say, you definitely have more than your base character sheet.
Yeah, do we?
So here's what I'm gonna have. Everybody, I'm gonna say, Namara, I'll give you a number. I'll give you a
Someone
number,
else put.
Orville.
I've got
You 3, I want you guys each to roll me a d20.
Okay.
Just roll a
17.
d20. You're rolling you, Josh. Josh, Jack, Craven.
Okay,
18.
6.
18,
You have
6.
6 copper.
So you currently have 600 gold on hand.
Damn.
You have 1,800.
3.
Fuck.
You only have 300 on hand currently.
That makes. I think that makes more
You
sense.
don't have material things.
Yeah.
Just do it all.
So Winton brought his life savings on the trip.
Yeah, that sounds right.
There you go. Now I had it.
Winton.
I played some Winton today. Very fun. Anyway.
So you do have some money.
So I look at it, it's like, how much you want for a barrel? He put it on my ship.
It's like, well, he goes, you're only wanting 2. I could get you a deal on. How about you buy 3 and I'll throw another one in extra for free.
I like the sound of that.
All right, then let's go for 80 gold.
80 gold. He's looking at his hands like, I have.
He's trying to do the math.
He goes, let me help you.
This character! This is so good! My character's not that smart.
Josh, fan favorite.
So-
right off the rip.
So
Oh yeah.
it's just
Along
like,
with Harry.
how about I
for
get us
counting.
some rum and then I'll help you count.
Alright, that sounds good.
Intelligence.
Normally
So-
Harry's my counter.
I'm gonna turn and I'm gonna snap to one of the guys on the ship and give him a quick sign.
Harry's the
and
calculator.
they're gonna start bringing out spiced
Yeah.
rum barrels, 4 of them out to him, and
Yeah.
soon
Are
as-
they 5-gallon barrels or? a
Yeah,
little
they're
bigger?
the
They're the little barrels.
yeah. So as they bring out the first one, we set down, pop it open. The second one, I'm like, just put your money here. I'll help you count.
Yeah. As they begin
I
bringing
dumped
barrels,
all my money out.
William does come over and he brings one bottle for you.
Of me.
And there's a second bottle that he pops the cork on and just drinks.
Just like I taught you, Harry.
And he's like, "Oh, that is awful."
Don't stop swallowing, just open the throat.
I'd like to incite him to see if he would have an issue with me cheating him.
Smart enough to know.
I would
Are
be
you good?
perceptive with that.
Oh wait, my
No,
wisdom,
like,
my wisdom's
so
better.
I'm
I
trying-
got that down.
Would you
I
mind?
couldn't let that slide.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at you for a minute. I rolled it. Yeah.
I was gonna
and
say, if your passive insight is in the teens, you could probably guess that pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a 19.
Yeah.
So I'll kind of look at you.
I look at you back and like,
That passes insights at
That
10.
has- And so I'll start stacking them in 8 groups of 10.
But my passes are.
Yeah. I love that.
we're both in a
Yeah,
like.
yeah, I
hey,
look at
don't
you-
do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Like my whole thing is
Okay.
literally like
Is
people
your
not
character
getting
kind of
cheated. I'm like, I
down
can't
on the
let you do
lesser?
that.
Is it that kind
No,
of a character
characters
at
are like
all,
the best
or
thing
just
ever.
you're
Oh
kind
my
of looking
god,
at
he's playing a better
here.
dumb barbarian than me.
kinda
I'm sad.
business.
I'm not even about
Business
Random
is-
Palace. She's
Okay, she has morals, but
Very
if
strong
it's
and
in a
very
business deal
charismatic.
and you're stupid, then you deserve to be screwed.
I got a plus
Like,
one.
I-
But
not
you
that
rolled
dumb.
that.
Like, if
it was
I-
a deal. It was a deal.
I was gonna say, if you hadn't agreed on a price and you just kind of did it, I'm like,
yeah.
but there was a specific amount. It was
Yeah.
a transaction. I'm like, I can't let you do that.
Yeah.
I can't.
Is the price overpriced? Yes, I made a very good profit.
Oh yeah.
But
Your
like,
overhead is very low.
I'm not in my
Yeah.
other form right now, so I'm
Yeah.
like, I just have to be the diplomat in this situation.
So, as you guys are counting money out, all of you with, I'd say, a passive perception of 15 or higher,
All right, I got
you
it.
note the Carton representative, whom none of you know, probably just a face man to be put out at the docks, is with a very, very keen eye paying attention to just like, what is going on over there?
It's
And-
like tariff. Okay, how much is? It's like, is it the 10%? Is the standard 10% still?
No, this is the Cannon Fire shipping post. This is neutral territory.
No
Uh,
tariffs?
No, not
Lovely. I'll take the whole 80 in my pocket, and then then help you push the rest back in your bag and say, enjoy them.
So, as you guys finish this transaction, the next ship appears on the horizon with a bit of a extravagant showing as another larger vessel, probably somewhere in between the size of a brigadier and a galleon, probably a 50-60 foot vessel, is riding the waves with 2 kraken arms being towed by it, as you see the Feck flag flying in the sky, and you all notice as the whole port kind of turns to look out at the horizon as it's coming a lot closer. There is still quite a bit of flesh on these arms. This was a fresh kit, likely less than a week old. In fact, it was expected that they might be a little late because it was heard that there was a pretty major creature on their eastern borders. I guess you know what it was now.
Lovely. They made good time.
So, as this vessel pulls in, and as you guys get closer, the words in a golden script along its side, with a pretty big face on it. What did I name your ship, Ethan? I can't find it in my notes.
I don't know.
DM bad, new game.
DM bad.
not bad.
We re-rolled the
Yeah.
teabag.
Waste some good character guys.
We need
No,
to re-roll our DM's
Re-roll the DM
intelligence
stats.
Re-roll DM stats. Re-roll my note layout. How about that?
Yeah.
Jack, you can redo his entire notes.
You would not want me doing that.
So, as it's grown up in Devil's script, the Devil's demise appears on the horizon.
Never
And-
mind. Don't reroll the stats. That was fine.
It took me a second to find it. It's not with the rest of the ship names. So I don't-
Respect.
Respect regained.
As it comes in, Namara is going to kind of step away from you guys, walk up to the dock, and kind of stand there and watch it. And she's got a bit of a grin on her face with a little anticipation as the ship is coming in.
Yes. And as it does, you notice another ship quite a ways away. But you assume that to
Slow
be
ass.
the Skartan flag, as you know it very, very well. Regardless, as the ship pulls up with our dear friend of the Feck family, jumping off is Alpha Feck, who is the current matriarch of the Feck family, along with a man you know in a minor sense, Winton. So as this pair,
I'm gonna come up to Martha and go, Martha, how the feck are you?
Alpha, not Martha, Altha, Alpha.
Alpha.
So I wanna
How the
spell
feck
it
are
right.
you?
So I want to.
Did you do it too? Or
He spelled it right.
Oh, okay.
I just
I
do something,
misread.
but I want to wait till after he introduces
And
himself.
I will
to
come
where
in
I
and
wanna
give her a
Yes.
nice hug.
She arrives and gives you a soft hug and says, "These demands from the men of the family, it's vile."
Right.
Do I refer to you by your first name or last name? I mean, we're probably on a first name basis, but which do you
What's
prefer? to
his
go by?
relationship to her?
To Alpha or to
Artha.
Alpha. So Winton's relationship with her, I mean, he's pretty much their head monster hunter, effectively.
I am the captain of the special
You would
forces
guess,
of monsters.
with the death of a kraken, you would guess that there was likely no fewer than a dozen ships under the command of an admiral who has each vessel split into 3 groups, or each group of vessels is 3 vessels. So there's probably 4 groups. Winton would have been heading one of those groups. So Altha knows him very well.
Okay. We're since we're the only Genasi, we're on very friendly terms.
Yes.
Our families are. However,
Remember,
my family,
Altha is a Feck.
Yeah,
The
she's
Fecks
a
are not Genasi.
correct. He is.
We're
yes.
completely different fam. Like
Yeah.
I'm not related to the Feck in any way.
Yeah.
I'm just the boy.
I'm
just their
the
boys.
boy.
Just their boy.
Yeah, in the same way, I'm not related to
Boy.
the Miramax.
Yeah.
But yes,
yeah.
she arrives and she gives you a soft hug and a cordial greeting or two.
I'll turn to him, look, and go. Look at you for a second and go. Which one are you? Because you're obviously a Genasi, as am I. She's gonna look at you for a minute. Winton?
Winton the second here for you. My lady Namora.
Yes, just she'll also do the little curtsy / bow thing that they do. And she'll go, yes, Namara. Because she's gonna stop for a second and go, your deeds precede you. Is this your 5th Kraken this year?
This year, yes.
She goes,
The waves have been rough.
but the path is still being walked. It's good. It's good to remember one's oaths. She'll nod to you again, nod to you once. By chance, are you? And she's gonna start going into trying to see if you'd be interested in selling some of these monster parts from this. Because she goes,
Altha, as soon as you go into that,
Yeah,
moves
yeah.
on to the Quento.
yeah,
women of the family.
I as soon as
As she does, she passes by this hulking mass walking the other direction. It's like, oh dear.
Sprinting.
Yeah, sprinting.
as
Just a
you're
light
now
jog.
on your third, you're on your
A
third
light
bu-
jog, which is a sprint for everybody else.
Yeah.
I'll just shout out, "Beyond, my friend!"
And all you hear is Winton!
I'll give you a
Side
solid hug.
He gives you a
Solid
big old hug and he lifts you up, still with the drink in his hand, holding it up.
I'm getting
not to spill it.
splashed.
You just imagine it's just one of the 5-gallon barrels. And then he
Yeah,
just
he's just
falls.
like-
just ah.
He gives you a hug and then he looks up the Kraken, and he kind of not really throws you together. He like drops out. And he's like, "Winton, you said we were gonna do that together." He's pointing to the Kraken. He's like, "Why didn't you send a raven or something?"
I am sorry, Bjorn. Duty did arise.
All right. Well, just owe me. You can pay the 40 gold that I paid to that one lady.
What?
I got rum for 40 gold from this one lady. You can pay me back, alright? Sounds good?
It's like, there's like one barrel left that you haven't finished.
I haven't finished. Don't worry, Winton. She's a really good dealer. Oh, hey, there she is.
I'm just gonna give you just a side eye. Just a the fuck?
I've got another 8 barrels. He only wanted 4, so there's plenty to go around.
No, we gotta save that for the journey home.
I don't know about you, but they've got a pretty good gruel here that I think would make a much better profit on. It's easier to come by than the rum here.
I'm still, I'm somewhat hearing that, but I'm just kind of still ticked that he went on a monster hunt and did not even inspect to call me. So I'm just angry drinking now. So
Angry drinking.
He's got that. Introduce myself to
Dad
Jack.
comes.
I
believe
yeah,
that Jack. I wouldn't know.
You guys
much
probably
of.
would not know much of each other. You are in the same sector,
Yeah.
but
we're all,
your
opposite.
names in the opposite sides of the sector. And while Clovis Concord isn't very big, it's still big enough.
And he's not really in my line of work, it seems. He's more of a...
I'm this city guy.
You fight monsters that are not made of man. He fights monsters of man.
made of man.
So for all of my proficiencies are against
I
I know who you are, but I'm just monsters made of man. I'm thinking
Of men. The monsters.
The monsters.
The sins of man.
yeah.
Monsters have people.
I'm thinking
My gosh. So, Namara, as you're leading Winton over to introduce him to Sean.
Hello, Sean.
Hello, Winton. It is nice to meet you. I've heard a little bit about you.
Handshake. A solid handshake, not an intimidation
Yeah,
check handshake.
we're both. Yeah, just a regular handshake.
I just respect you.
Yeah,
I
I respect the work that you do.
You come start to walk over, and I'm just going to hand you your bottle
Whenever
of
you
meat that
do
had
work
missed, and
taking
you're like,
care of evil,
I think you forgot to drink
appreciate
this.
that very much.
Well, of course. And you on your end as well.
What the fuck is happening over here? We literally both of our characters just look up at the fucking...
As he begins choking on the cork, he just pulls from the bottle on me.
So I was trying to give you a
Launches
moment, so I grabbed his meat and handed it to him before he interrupted.
So he just grabbed it. He tried to
As he pops the cork and
try and
it
spit it.
goes into the back of his throat, he hits his chest and just coughs, and it launches out at Mach fuck, just into the ocean.
Okay, I was going to say, do we have to do a dodge?
who's
It
dodging?
deals considerable damage to a random small fishing vessel.
It literally shoots across the entire island, just a small shipping vessel with an old man and his young son. Just puts a hole this big through it.
He goes, "Uh-oh, not again."
It's that guy from fucking YouTube that catches the marshmallows in his throat.
What?
You know I got the best throat on the internet. That's what he says.
Sorry, I didn't.
Jack, you're speaking.
I did not mean
He's
to
the
derail this.
best one on YouTube. Let's be honest.
I didn't want to do.
No, he's actually
No, what's on YouTube?
Damn, Logan,
Yeah,
Not
that's
the
crazy.
internet.
Yeah.
YouTube specifically, Matt, all TOS.
Sorry, I didn't want to derail anything. I was interesting.
It's just
character.
No, it works perfect.
It worked perfectly. We had no other interactions.
You
and
both
we,
went the fuck.
I will also note that as you begin drinking, you pretty much empty this bottle in about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And you look over, and William is vomiting over the side of the pork as he's maybe a third of the way through this bottle. And this is some pretty heavy mead.
Oh, yeah.
This is Stormborn vintage. This is some high alcohol content mead. And he's just not used to it.
Namara, what'd you do to him?
No, that one's totally on someone else. I know better to sell to a minor.
I forgot about that. He's only 16.
I'm gonna be
If
like,
not less
but
than.
I don't make the rules.
All the stress I get with 16.
So I'm gonna kind of walk over and while he's vomiting, I'll just kind of pull the bottle out and do a little prestidigitation on it. Walk over and hand it to you and like,
I don't drink, thank you, though.
yes.
I'll take it and I'll drink it lightly. I'm not a heavy drinker.
But it's like I just wanted to offer because he'll finish it otherwise.
Understandable.
I do walk over to Harry and I kind of like I don't pat him on I kind of like pat him on the back, but it's like a small bit of like a lay a pool, just kind of heal him a little bit,
Okay.
make him feel a little bit
Yeah,
better.
he's like.
He's not feeling good, so I'm just
I
like
thought you were gonna do like the white girl, like throughout the hand. You got it. Hey, you got it. It's okay.
I don't have to do the white
Just
girl. I
lay
got
it out.
magic. So I do him. I'm like, all right,
Fair point.
Harry,
I cast
quit
truly.
wasting good meat. Let's go. You're fine.
Ethan, you want to start stacking all that stuff? Claire's almost here. So as you guys are all kind of,
Is there any
got
pieces
you.
left?
she's probably like 5 minutes.
I thought I heard his door, so
That's all
I
I
was
know.
like,
She's probably like 5 minutes out still.
Hey, I'm gonna move this out.
Okay.
To the main
All right.
building.
That's a good call.
That's so upsetting.
move that here.
There's
Just
plenty.
say we can space out all three.
There we go.
We've
Okay.
got.
I made
We
it.
did it pretty well.
I totally done like how I wanted to play this character first. I totally
put her
put
in
a
a
180
corner.
on it. I was gonna just be like this super serious. I was like, I can't do this.
So I'm trying to remember how many people do we have at the table again?
6?
6 in total.
Six.
Okay, it's just
Last.
6 for this campaign. Okay,
Yeah.
I was trying to remember.
Pretty good
At least
amount,
for our average session. We may have guest characters every
Okay,
once in a
that's what I was wondering because I was trying to
while. I was gonna say
because
six,
there's a lot of room.
6 fit extremely comfortably.
Hey,
That's
this
great.
is pretty chill.
We can fit 8 if we squeeze a little
Yeah.
bit.
That also works.
I'm like being chilling, just stretching out
I'm-
here.
I'm- I usually
Logan's
like to
character's way of
balls
speaking
out.
got to me. I was intending to do a
Socks
slight Irish
out.
accent this whole
Socks
time.
out. Just
It's not gonna
balls
happen.
Well, I'm gonna try
Yeah,
from here on out
yeah.
too, but it just wasn't coming. I don't know.
I got some.
Logan's got a way of doing roleplay that is
Oh,
very
you got it.
difficult to like do my own thing. Just mentally.
I need a role
Be
play.
very
game.
helpful.
This is
I'm
how
trying
much-
to leave my
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Let me go spend a month in
It's like my
Wisconsin. I'll come back and
laptop, I can just
roleplay
chill.
it.
It's
As a northerner.
Yeah, go there.
But I want to see the map right
Well,
now.
I have a bunch of family up in
Well, I
Wisconsin.
got some there. You should get
Still
you out
sick
there.
and tall.
I go up to Wisconsin for a
Yeah,
week and I
okay.
come back with a full accent. I swear.
Okay,
All right, short intermission done.
Okay, let's go back.
So, as the final vessel on the horizon is cresting over, all of you guys know the Scarton family well, as militarily, at least, they, outside of the Carton family, and possibly the Batashus in many situations, are by far and away the most powerful in terms of a martial and naval sense. Their ships are the best, their warriors are the best, and the family is renowned for certain styles of blood magic that are not found anywhere else.
sweet.
Regardless, as the Scarlet Hound pulls into port, and walking down with a little bit of a strut is the representative of the family, not Orville, but instead Salunus Scarton, your uncle, as he is kind of leading you. Even though he is your uncle, he is not much older than you. He is only about 8 years older than you. But your father is the firstborn of that family, and he is the lastborn. Regardless, as he is kind of walking up with you beside him, would you like to describe your character as you walk up, as nearly every head is turned towards the Scarton representatives?
You see walking off the ship a shorter, mid-20s aged human, whitish blonde hair, fairly light skin even for being so much in the sun, not fairly tanned, wearing a kind of red and black, kind of combat gear almost with the family crest, and handgun on the side, and a massive rifle on the back. What?
Do you want a drink?
All right.
Why are we whispering? What's going
I
on?
don't know.
They're getting something to
I was
drink.
gonna say, does
So,
anyone want drinks?
As you guys begin to walk up, Selenus immediately clocks the members of the Weremont Watch Post, that being Mason Weremont, the family representative, and Jothrak Venkus, who is now enthralled in a conversation with both Cersei and Evangeline Quento, along with some of the other representatives of the families, as they're kind of all gathering, like Altha Feck and William Taratuga are all kind of gathering in this sector. Pretty much everybody else outside of those of you who were in previous conversation, kind of gathering in one conversation around the Carton representative at the end of the dock. So Orville, as you approach, which group do you join? You know a lot of the names on one end. On the other, you're like, I don't know as many of these people.
Since I didn't notice your message, how much do our characters know each other? Since I did not see your message. Know of?
I mean, he's a pretty legendary character.
We personally know each other.
Personally know each other.
So as your uncle steps off,
I'm gonna walk.
Nuira will meet you halfway and commence to do the courtly routine. Offer you the hand for the kiss and the whole 9 yards.
How have you been?
He's like, I'm doing
Okay,
quite
come here.
We knew each other personally as lovers.
I mean, if he's got the cannon.
As we do the greeting, I'm going to, with a 23 sleight of hand, I'm going to pass you a small envelope as we do the greeting.
Okay.
Hey, for services, eh?
Put it into my belt.
As we go through the routine, it is so I don't know if anyone has a higher than 23 passes.
I doubt anyone of this group is paying attention
Right.
to that. Members of the other group might be.
Might be, but yeah, again. So we'll go through the routine. It's like, what has it been? 6 months to a year since the last...
I think it's been a year.
Yes.
It's been a
Nice.
It was
Sad
such a.
time.
It was so enjoyable to be invited to your, when we were made port in town to go, and you guys were, your family was such great hosts. Thank
Glad
you.
you enjoyed your stay there.
Smile and nod and go. I have a few people to introduce you to, and I'm going
see
to turn first off to Winton and go. This is Winton II. And go. The family is quite old.
I've heard of you before, very, very little.
She gestures to the. Hello.
Welcome.
Right? I did finally.
Yeah, you survived.
Stampy long nose.
I am gonna have to come back out. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Do you need pizza?
There's
love
pizza.
some pizza.
There's
Pizza's out there.
There's plenty of pizza left.
Wonderful.
There's a lot
Put it
of
on a
pizza.
plate, warm it up, bring it
There's
back
a
in.
plate.
Even though I tried my best to eat as
Everywhere
much
I'm
as I
in,
could.
she's good.
I did too.
I got
That's
6.
okay.
I got 6 slices.
I got 4.
I was gonna say.
I had more than I should have. I think I had 4 or 5.
I packed in 4, but
How much?
That
Chipotle
pizza
bowl,
from
my
Sam's
chillin',
is-
I'm
Man.
at my 1,600
I,
calories.
like,
John,
I'm gonna be
shut up.
honest.
Yeah.
With Logan and
Only doing-
Ethan not eating, I'm probably only
Yeah, to be
gonna
honest,
get 3.
after this session, I'm gonna kill the
Yeah.
So, a what? A jog?
Oh, jock, yeah.
I've just been going to Planet Fitness, working out like a
Yeah, I need to add more workout to my. I'm trying to do a mile every day.
So she's gonna gesture back behind where the Kraken is. Part of the Kraken is still there. He goes, his latest habit.
I thought I heard about that.
Reach out to shake your hand
Yes.
cordially.
Hi, I am Orville Redenbacher of the Skatons.
I am Winton II.
Nice to meet you, Winton.
As you are you through all your bottles and kegs now?
Oh, I've been done for a while.
Are you just... So where are you at located to us? Are you just
Yeah, where
slightly
are
off
we
to-
relative?
So,
Just about 5 to 2 feet,
my young lad was throwing up, so I was checking on him, making sure he was doing all right.
Just
Young
is
lad, don't
he
say it
with
like
is he with
If you
you?
could slide all your stuff this way a little.
Is he with
That
you
way there,
guys?
So it's in camera.
Oh fuck! How do you? What's your name?
Your-
My
Or
name
there.
is Is he?
Bjorn. Bjorn is cut from his own cloth, as it were.
Loincloth?
Yeah.
One could say.
Got it. Good to know.
It's like
Who is he with?
I don't know your family.
It's
I
the.
don't know.
I can't.
Terraset.
Terraset. I can't know. I know it, but I don't know.
I believe he's with the Terrasets.
Well, it is a pleasure to meet you, Winton.
You as well, Oval.
it's like, I don't know if you've heard of this gentleman here. The
Sean Simons.
Ah, Oval Rettenbacher of
I
the
love how we're all
Scottons.
Oh, nice, from
talking
Tortuga.
away, and then Jack's just like, I'm Sean.
I am
I'm
Sean.
Sean Simons.
Hey.
I like it.
They're
It
you
works.
three are nobles. You're members of a noble or old royal family. These two are not.
I like the attire.
Oh, thank you very much. I try my best to look as neat as I can, but you know,
Better
someday
than most.
I try.
I see this large, like, because you're all gathered together, right?
Yeah.
I kind of look up and I see where, and I walk over,
I'm gonna step back so I don't get stepped on.
and I walk over, and I go, almost forgot my character's name. We go, Bureau Thunder Hard Paper.
That's crazy, dog.
Josh getting deep into
Role-playing
the
this character. He is
deep
in
into
it.
method acting.
Well, I just
right
made
now.
these two last names today, so it's like, I was just gonna go straight Bjorn. And I was like,
Logan.
so I,
Can
John, if you were a barbarian, you
Yes.
just.
I
I never would have expected Paladin.
I can also.
was gonna play like super serious. I was like, nah, that was boring.
You could.
Alright, so I do the same thing that I do to everybody.
While he's doing
Don't do that.
Got it. Yeah, my bad.
Interesting.
while he's trying to death
so
squeeze my
I just-
hand, can I use
Careful
some of my
around
blood
you.
magic and like not hurt him, but make the blood
That's
in his
got-
hand and forearm like start to get
So-
very hot?
As you shake hands, almost noting what you're going to do ahead of time,
Yeah, I don't have a
you-
good swim speed, so it's.
you knew he was gonna grab you hard, but you don't notice due to just the intense pressure of his pretty firm handshake. He nicks the inside of your palm slightly, and as just a drop of blood leaks out and he touches it, your veins turn slightly like a blue purple up your forearm for a moment. There's no pain, but as it rises up, you're like, and as soon as you let go, it
If you need to stand, you can
drains back
stand.
down.
More resilient than I thought.
Oh, okay. So I noticed that. Do I need to roll anything?
I'm not trying to hurt you.
I'm not trying to hurt you too. I'm just trying to see how you're.
He's just testing.
Do
your
you
blood.
continue death squeezing through that?
What I can do to this?
It's definitely a weaker squeeze. It's a death squeeze, but it's more human rather than giant.
So I kind of look at that and I'm like, well, that was interesting.
Yes.
I like this one too. Harry, this one's good too.
Harry's just like,
You are going to be
Not again. So I want
Interesting.
that.
We've already sold some alcohol.
love it. A lot of
took very
shenanigans
little
have
time.
already
Oh,
occurred.
it's great.
As you guys are all gathered and this other group is going, you see the last vessel expected for this arrival. As a smaller ship, again, smaller even than the Laundering Lass, which you came in on Namara. A ship, you could barely even call it a two-man vessel. Even though there's 4 people on it, it's very small, but its sail is large. But you do not hear a single sound as it approaches, even as it crests waves and the wind flaps into its sails, as aptly named the Whisper enters the port of the Cannon Fire Shipping Post. Claire, as you arrived late, where we are, if you look down at the map, we are right here at the Cannon Fire Shipping Post.
Okay.
All the
As-
ships are.
We've just.
As we have all
We're
been
meeting.
called, you guys are the champions, and there is a representative of your family who has been brought with you for a meeting with the Kartan and Batashu families
Poor Henry.
to discuss
Poor Harry.
your guys' mission.
And as you come in on a little ship, I'm going to look at you because I already know since you didn't want me to cheat. I'm going to look at you and go, fucking s'mores. As I go, that's all I'm going to say about the fam. Just kind of mouth it. I don't say it aloud.
I
but-
basically can
yeah.
hear it with how.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's the first time you've seen her not
be diplomatic.
playing the role, and then as she kind of turns back and just kind of looks at the ship as it comes in.
So, as the final vessel slides into a tiny spot just beside the laundering lass on the smaller port entry, Tessa Taravel and your character step off of the ship. Tessa is be surprised or not, this time half-elf, not just fully human, with long flowing black hair. As she steps off, very fair features, fairly young. This is not one of the forward representatives of the Taravel family. This is someone who probably mostly hidden from the spotlight, probably a daughter of someone important in the family, but you guys do not know her very well, only by name. But as she steps off with a very prim proper, very chin up, look down on people vibe, behind her is another elven creature. Claire, if you would like to describe your character, physical attributes.
After she's done.
Shameful. Late and not ready to introduce a
Well, I'm
character.
doing my best.
She's obvious.
It's been a long day, alright.
She's here. That's more than
here.
most people. After driving that far, I don't know.
We won a medal though, so it was worth it.
Good job.
Oh, I smelled that down.
And it wasn't a participation.
And it wasn't
melted down,
participation.
it's bullets.
They fought hard for it.
Yeah.
Silver bullets.
So, my character, I have long white hair. I am quite pale, almost like translucent-ish. Very milky. I wear a big hat.
Nice.
Yes, it's very flamboyant. It's kind of like, I wouldn't say it's colorful, but it's just like wider than it should be. Like it doesn't make sense as much. And
Things that one dude from Pirates of the Caribbean. Just
I was thinking.
yes,
the Commodore.
just like
the
unnecessary.
wide-ass hat.
I was just like, are we thinking?
I was thinking Ricefield hat.
Black church weighty hat, big. Or,
Sure.
Or are we doing more like
Like
Commodore?
just like really
think
wide.
more Jim Butcher's hat, but
Just like
A little
really
bit
wide brimmed around to
Okay.
help like
Yeah.
shield
With-
me from
with
the
one
sun with my
side-
sensitive
with
skin.
one
Stacks.
side flailing a little bit higher
What?
and the one side tipping down.
I would totally do that. I absolutely.
What's her
would do that.
name? Gun. Yeah, I know who you're talking about from Paris. Had one like that. Kind of fox.
I've got like white blue eyes, pointed ears, long pointed ears. I'm wearing a belt that has a lot of empty loops in it, like knife loops. And I wear nice high brown boots. I wear my hair in 2 braids in a pony and then 2 braids down the side. And I just kind of swagger off the shit behind.
She's taking
Tessa.
her baby seal leather boots.
The pink pony girl.
No! She'll actually start singing it.
The
Anyway,
gay pop.
it is the gay pop.
Gay.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, also I wear gloves like up to my fingers, like just barely.
Oh, those
like,
are the worst thing of all.
They're nice and long.
That is the most.
White shirt underneath my like leather corset thing. I can't think of the name for it, so but
Yeah.
yeah.
So, as you and Tessa strut off, your representative, who honestly you probably don't like very much, she's pretty hoity-toity. She walks over to the rest of the royal members of the family, but you immediately note the ragtag group, a few faces that you recognize, kind of standing a little bit off on their own. And you also see a young black-haired man vomiting over the side of the port with an absolute giant just like helping him get it out. So, as she approaches, would you like to introduce yourself to the rest of the party?
No.
No? Does anyone
How do you
attempt
actually
to-
pronounce your last name?
Wait,
Rivkin.
do I notice her as I'm
I'm
hitting
gonna
Harry? Do I look up? Do I
mispronounce
obviously notice?
You would notice the entrance of a ship.
You just kind of swagger over and kind of look
Yeah,
at
kinda
it.
swagger.
I just kind of turn.
And I'm gonna go, Ms. Revenek. You're looking fine. Good health.
That's fair.
I walk up, I see somebody, and I'm doing like, I'm not sprinting because I don't know this person, but I do my walk up, and I go, Bjorn Thunderheart, Katho, nice to meet you. And he sticks his hand out.
I'm gonna take his face and I'm gonna kiss him.
You
Oh my
gotta-
gosh.
Can you
That
roll
was
me a
a
charisma
mistake
saving
right off.
throw, Josh?
Yes, I can. Oh my
Charisma
gosh.
saving throw.
A what saving throw?
Charisma saving throw. We're seeing how floundered he gets by this.
Probably not, because my saving throws are plus 14.
I was gonna say his
That's
saving throw is
eight.
great. This is a high DC.
Yeah, 27.
27.
Damn.
So as this kiss happens, she pretty much
Get off
has
me,
to jump
wench.
up. As you lean down, she still has to like jump and grab the back of your neck effectively, because you're so much larger, and you're like, that's not a handshake.
This is the best handshake. This is an interesting handshake. This is not what I wanted to do.
Where's your hands go?
Jack.
She's the one hanging off your neck.
And I go, thanks for the kiss. What's your name?
Thalen.
Nice to meet you,
I'm gonna
Thalen.
spit right after I say it. Yeah.
I do the same thing.
Talk to her.
I say,
on that
I say, nice to meet you, Thalen, and I
this is
spit
evolved.
as well after I say that. Just copying you. So
Every time you say his
Every single time
Because
now.
I just think that's what your name is. I'm like, hi, Thalen.
You do a call out in the middle
I
of
would
battle
like-
and you spit on the enemy's shoe or
I would
something.
Thalen! This one!
Wonderful. What I don't know is I just spit like right on the back of good old Harry.
No,
He's a
no.
little He's a little bit. Unless you're spitting like 30 feet away,
He's got
which is
some
possible.
range.
I know.
Give me an athletics.
It's like the fucking cartoon.
Athletics check is crazy.
Yeah. No.
You spin like Pat Mahomes.
But I walk up, I walk back, and I go, Winton, that's
It
a
misses
good one too.
wildly.
And I walk up to Winton and go, Winton, that's a good one too. And I just keep walking back. I go back
I just
over to
glance
Harry.
at everyone with just the fuck look.
Just like a...
Yeah.
So, as the last representatives have arrived, you guys note that the keep, who seems to have been watching out for people, you see two faces walk out.
Two-Face.
Two faces.
What color? My arch enemy. Justice. Justice. Where's my gun?
I'm pretty sure it's in here.
So, as this begins to quiet down, the doors open up and a pair of faces that every single one of you would know as renowned captains, commodores, warriors of the Concordian group. One of them of a newer generation, similar to yourselves, and one of a very, very old generation. The representative of the Carton family, their champion in this case, is a man that you all know by the name of Commodore Laroc Jethus.
Oh, change sheet.
He is
Kalak?
Laroc.
Lara.
L-A-R.
Do you
A-
smell what low rock is cooking?
Laroc what?
Laroc
Is
Jethus.
Jethus.
Jethus. Laroc Jethus.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to send your session once you upload it through ChatGPT's
To get all the names. I
and
know.
have it just
I
break
know.
it down.
Oh, can
so
you
look,
write?
at
Can
the
you
end,
put that in the?
once you've done that, there is a whole list of text and voice channels for Broken Concords. If every session you just want to post that with a
Summary.
if you can get a short description, that would be nice.
Which one should I post my character? I have a character picture. Which one should I post that in?
So Broken Concords,
Just put it in the general.
you can put it in the general.
Yeah.
I'll probably make my own on a different chat for you.
Yeah, because
for that.
I'm going to go through it as long as you have it uploaded and tell it what that it's in English. I can get transcript breakdown.
Okay, will do.
So
Somewhere.
Yeah, there won't be big summaries for a lot of these names, but regardless, as Laroc Jethus, he is probably
Shut the fuck up.
2 or 3 times older than the oldest member, if not far beyond that. He's somewhere between 250 and 300. No one knows his
Oh, he's on
exact
the chalky end.
age, but he is a sea elf that is the last of the Jethus line, and unlikely to continue past him, as through his wars and many, many, many injuries is likely unable to have children. Even though it has not been known whether he's trying or not. not.
Is this the kind of person that we would make fun of to his face?
This is the kind of person
Claire,
that if you knew him, you would enter in with an insult. But if you don't, which none of you guys know him personally, it would be an immediate duel that you would lose.
Got it.
We would be starting to shoot blanks after.
Yeah, you'd be losing. You'd be shooting.
Literally
blanks.
just grab his ticket twice.
So, as LaRock walks out, at his hip is another far more recently, in terms of gaining renown, man, who is the representative of the Batashu family. A veteran of more recent renown, still an older human, probably in his older 40s, early 50s for this, but had recently destroyed a band of pirates that were a mix between Afriti and Dao, along with representatives from the prime material plane that were known as the Morningstar Marauders. They were led by a human captain who everyone called Yellow Dick. No one really knows why, but
Damn, here we
It's
go.
stun locked.
This is the representative dude?
no,
No, to
well,
say a pirate
no.
you killed.
Okay.
Yellow Dick is the captain pirate of the Morningstar Marauders.
Morningstar.
That he, by the legend that is now only like 4 months old at this point, slew 20 members of the Morningstar Marauders throughout a 3-hour naval battle. There was only 50 of them.
Is that a Y or not?
What?
Or dick?
Why? Yellow.
I just want to make sure I have it written right.
When the phone greens, I can get out and say yellow.
Regardless, these two faces immediately bring a sense of respect and silence, almost awe, to the whole group as they both approach. LaRock leans forward. Do you actually? Okay.
I'd like to sneeze.
Can I
Very
roll a
loudly.
sneeze?
So as everyone kind of quiets, just Achoo! In the back corner, a fair few heads turn towards you. Tessa turns towards you and gives you the death glare, and she's good at it too. It doesn't phase you much
I'm
because
just
you're
gonna
used
like
to it.
tip my hat down a little. But I definitely did it intentionally.
Yeah. And as everybody turns back, LaRock. The representatives of the Kartan and Batashu family will see you all now. First, he's gonna point to you 6, along with your family representatives. To list back through them, we have
It's got
Tessa
12
Terra Vale.
fingers.
We have Selenius.
How do I spell that?
Selenius.
Selenius, that's mine, correct?
Selunus.
S-E-L-
Selenus.
S-E-L-U...
Unus. Selenus
So
Scarton.
close.
Altha Feck. Harry Terraset. William Taratuga. And Severus
You better know
Nakamura.
how to spell
As the
William.
dozen of you are led by these two representatives into the keep, the other Kartan representative, seemingly just a voice to be at the dock to make sure you don't enter early, stays there with the rest. However, of the two, Perry Soik, who is the Batashu, who is the Batashu representatives who killed Yellow Dick and all of the Morningstar Marauders. I forgot that I did not
I was
mention his
gonna
name. Perry Soik.
Perry
Perry
Soik is the yellow
Perry
dick killer.
Soik is the Yellow Dick killer. Yes.
Killed that yellow dick.
That's absolutely going to be a quote that goes in the book. Regardless,
His name
he-
sounds like a sound effect. Sweet.
he
That's
is
what
How
he
do I
did.
write- how do I write this?
he is left. Oh no! Oh no! He is left outside with everyone else as LaRock takes you all inside. He leads you into the keep, which is surprisingly large. It seems to not only go up quite a few stories to its 4 spiraling towers on its corners, along with one center keep that rises up along the cliff's edge of the Cannon Fire's shipping post. There is also seemingly built into the cliffside tunnels and lower levels that you guys did not know about previously. As you are led down some of these tunnels, they're winding, but they're easy enough to follow. As you guys get a little bit deeper, you would guess that you're actually getting below the level of the sea that surrounds you. As there are actual little streams that are blocked by glass, almost like an aquarium that goes straight out into the ocean surrounding you. You see little eels and fish exotic that you don't know if you've seen before, and you all have seen a lot of fish. As you are continued to be led deeper, about a 4 or 5 minute walk into this facility, one of the rooms that are pushed into a set of double doors that reach nearly 20 feet up as the more chasm than anything else expands to fit these doors is pushed open with a groan. As opening in, you immediately see dozens, no, hundreds of runic magical notes around the room, sprawled about. For those of you who are magically inclined, which would be very, very few of you, mostly you two, in minor senses. You have some, not much. Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Would I
was gonna say.
get any of it? I know weird magic.
You have a weird magic. You don't have this type
I
of
know
magic.
AIDS magic.
You know AIDS magic. You know STI magic. You don't know
22
Arcana.
Arcana. 22 Arcana.
Okay.
You wanted, what was it, history?
History.
Do you want us all to roll up this?
Can I do a religion?
You could
No,
roll.
just him.
I'm going to give you a little bit of information either way.
What about religion?
No.
What religion is this?
Okay, not too bad.
And weapons are a part of my religion.
And
Josh,
18.
you want to hand me the
An
mini bag?
18.
Surprisingly
Ah.
high, guy.
Yes,
That
please.
one's
Can I
good.
also get some dice from somebody? I forgot to bring mine with me.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
So do I roll history checks or?
No, just those three.
Well,
You're not. You have a certain type of magic, but it's not at all the magic you understand.
That makes sense.
Mine is interesting. So, would I learn anything?
You may also want to roll.
I'm waiting for Ethan to give me his number.
Okay.
Arcana.
Which Ethan?
I don't.
What'd you say?
I think it's you.
I have a
That-
I have a 17. I have a
17. Okay, one moment. Let me.
You're gonna have to specify which Ethan.
Yeah, I know.
He's serious.
You
I'm
can
trying
just
to
say
point
Winton.
when I talk
Fair.
at people.
You
Not
can have
always.
So
not
17,
always.
You could
18,
just be
22.
Graves.
So as the three of you walk in, the both of you immediately recognize there's a lot of wards, and there's a fair few anti-divination runes here. Namara, as you enter into this room, you as a bard, understanding the weave and like feeling it around you a little bit more than most of the rest of this party, immediately feel a sense of withdrawal from the weave as you step into this room. You don't even know if spells can be cast in this room, much less insight into it. Along with that, looking around, there's one rune in particular that catches your eye. It's almost the rune of a magic circle right on the door, with very specific races and creature types that would not be able to enter this room. And if they tried, they would likely die.
Nice.
Oh shit.
I'll kind of look at it.
It's a
from
racist
I'll just
thought.
stop for a second and look at it
Yeah.
briefly as we go through, just a few seconds. Lift an eyebrow as I turn back to join the others in our walk-in.
Yes. As you guys all step in, there is, again, two faces at the end of the room. There is a large table, similar to this one, but nearly 20 feet long, a little bit wider, and made of stone. It is a map that etches out every current, every wave, every dockyard, every island, every little minuscule aspect of the eastern coast is sprawled and chiseled into this stone map, with lines drawn about it for family lines, nation lines, organizational lines, factions. Everything you could think of is marked out onto this map. Along with the unknown regions, which Winton you know very well at this point, as you constantly sprawl out there.
I did roll a 19. Can I point out a flaw on the table?
Can you point out a flaw in this?
Just a minor flaw.
I will roll as well. If I roll higher, there are no flaws.
What's my modifier?
Jack, can I get a drink?
For this,
Can I do
I would say it's a
Or-
history.
History.
Okay, then it's a 20 overall for me.
A 20. So we're gonna say this is master craftsman.
0 or regular.
Regular.
The likelihood is very low. So we're gonna go ahead and roll a d20, and it will have a plus 10.
Well, that's unfair.
11. 20.
Barely.
You're like you almost go.
You peek in, and you immediately go to your homeland, and you immediately think that you see a flaw,
Alright.
and then it's like, wait,
I'll respect the craftsmanship. Though.
no,
I respect
okay,
it.
that's actually right. It changed 4 years ago. Like, in recent memory, it was different, but it's been updated.
Yeah. Okay. I respect the table.
I respect the table. So, as it is sprawled out, there are 2 men sitting at the end of this table. They are both at its head. There's not only one at its head, but both sitting at its head. You see one, a shaggy, dirty, blonde-haired man, very, very mutt-like blood, you would guess. You would guess there's a little bit of human, a little bit of elvish. There almost seems to be a, like, light white-blue tone to some aspects of his skin, which would possibly make you think that there is some Genasi infused in his blood as well. As you see a very well-renowned, and as you look at his clothing, very rich man. This is not your standard, I have a lot of money so I'm going to wear nice clothes. This is a man with fairly plain but very, very well put together clothing, perfectly sewn and fit to his body. And you note that around his neck lies an amulet of a cross with its arms broken and almost tipped off the side with a bag of gold hanging from its head. You note this to be Kenneth Batashu, the head of the Batashu family. And as he is sitting there, his boots up on the stone table, sitting right on Exan of the Avarian Empire. This is a very, very powerful person. And even more powerful just beside him, you see Jerome Carton. Nowhere near as, one could say, flamboyant of his wealth, in a strictly pressed uniform, like he is going to war. Jerome Carton, the younger brother of the man who rebelled and almost led the rebellion against the Zemnian Empire, is sitting and immediately stands as you enter the room, while Batashu just remains sitting, picking something from his nails with a very small knife. As Jerome stands, he says, "Larock, you may bid adieu. Go fetch the others. We will be ready for them soon." Larock, a man of immense renown, shows as much respect as possible, giving the deepest courtesy possible before backing up while still facing the room until he is outside the doors, where he closes them. He never shows his back to Jerome. As he leaves and the door closes, even those of you with no magical knowledge immediately note a series of the runes around the room flash white as they're activated before they go dim again. As this happens, Jerome beckons you all to take seats around the stone table.
Don't do it.
Do it!
Don't fucking.
Is there a seat directly opposite from him?
There's not a seat on the other end of the table.
Are the
They are benches.
chairs?
They are benches. They are not movable. No.
Okay, I'll find a seat.
Do you
I
sit
suppose.
next to?
I would like to sit right next to him, though.
Okay, so you sit next to Namara.
No.
Sure.
No.
Like as close as I can get
Oh,
to.
as close as you can get to the edge. Okay, so you walk up.
to Jerome.
You're probably within 4 or
No,
5
kind
feet of the head of the table, and that's
That's
the
within our
farthest.
unarmed strike distance.
So I
So
will sit with where I will sit with my master of the family
yes.
in proper form.
As all 12 of you take seats around the table, paired together, sitting side by side, Tessa very obnoxiously just like,
I would like to sit crisscross applesauce on the
okay,
bench,
you're welcome.
so that she has to like back off a little bit farther.
Okay. She sits on the bench, but like 3 feet away from you.
Beautiful.
Just uncomfortable.
Just uncomfortable
Perfect.
enough. As you guys all enter, Drum is going to begin and say, I would like to welcome you all to the Cannon Fire shipping post. I hope your vessels have done well in the journey. As he kind of looks around and says, Sean Simons, I have not met you. It is good to see your face for the first time.
It's nice to meet you, sir, as well.
Well, Bill, always a pleasure.
You as well.
Daily. It is good to see you. Winton, I hear the Kraken hunt went well.
Aye.
You're 4th this year?
5th this year now.
5th this year. Your fleets are doing well. I certainly hope that they're able to continue their good work.
Aye, you as well.
Am I right? I hear there's some rumors going about. I hope they are not true.
You slut.
Perfect comedic timing.
That was like silence.
What?
Not the reaction.
That's the fucking That's the cafeteria across the way. Slut.
She does not.
I did not say
that-
that in world.
Oh, that's in the table!
Oh.
Winton!
Above
Damn.
table, that is for our laughs, not for our character.
Yeah,
Okay.
That is
not
for
Winton.
I was gonna say that would. Yeah, she doesn't really give
Oh, it's
much of
so
an expression besides like a little twitch of the eye and goes. Contrary to my family's opinion, if you put someone's name out there, the common folk will make it their own in more ways than one. So I can guarantee that the majority of what you've heard is not true.
Well, if that is indeed the case, I wanted to hear it from your voice beforehand. The death of a Leviathan would be an exceptional boon to our people, of course. Regardless, truthful or not, we will begin disseminating the actual truth.
And she will give a gesture of acceptance, not necessarily consent, but to them and to her master sitting next to her.
Yes. And he's going to finally turn to Bjorn and say, you are quite larger than I expected.
Oh, is that good or bad?
It's better.
This is a pretty nice table. He kind of pounds on it a little bit.
As you pound on it, like the area around it, like almost like turns red or
Josh's
orange,
character
almost as
is
if there's a
good.
magical point to the table. And as you, you're like,
Ah,
I'm just gonna go. Burn. No.
Winton!
Burn.
Table!
No.
Touch the table!
Burn.
Winton,
No.
touch the table!
as you're doing that, Batashu,
Thaylin will do it. Thaylin will touch the table.
She'll do it in sync with him.
Batashu, who's just sitting here like picking his fingernails, is like. Just kind of sitting off to the side. He's gonna look. Sharam, what are these people? We never would have had this 40 years ago. As that said, Jaram is going to kind of look at him almost cordially, but still kind of like a shut your mouth kind of looking down at him. And Jaram is going to lean forward, now sitting at his position, and he's going to say, as the briefing that was sent to you all was... It is disturbing news. We were first under the impression that this information was from a respectable source, but it is now more than clear enough that the Githyanki have both influenced us and the Zemnian coast, which, in one hand, is most despicable that our intelligence fell for the trap. On the other hand, we have some new gifts for the Zemnian coast that we intend on unraveling for them here in the near future. That now we have active reason to use. So, while not anticipated, it is an acceptable exchange. Regardless, you all have heard of the stones. We have no idea what yet to call them, but the two faces and the two keys of this ancient cloven map. We know very little about it or what power it holds behind it. All we do know is that if it is a powerful weapon, as seemingly the Githyanki wish all of us to believe, if nothing else, we want to make sure it never falls into Zemnian hands. If it's a weapon of the power spoken of, the Clovis Concord would no longer exist, neither would any of the islands here. So I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. And as he says that, he does specifically look, like, just down towards Thalen. Just the...
Damn.
So, he's going to continue. A ship has been redesigned for your purposes. You will not be using any of your own. One of the crews of the Kandaharian shipping guild, he kind of notes towards Batashu, as that is one of their islands, recently went out and was able to capture a vessel. While they had to abandon it before completely returning to Kandahar, the Itir Expectatum of the Zemnian coast has been captured and redesigned for Concordian purposes. It is a far better vessel than it was before, as it was quite pitiful in terms of destruction. It will be your vessel upon your mission.
Did you tell us the name of it?
It was the Itir Expectatum. It is now the Concords' Call. So, he will continue. The ship, now known as the Concords' Call, is a 3-mast galleon with 14 cannons, 4 above deck, 10 on the second layer, with currently a crew of 18. It is slightly underhanded. We will be adding more to it tomorrow morning when the time comes. The crew will be able to accept you in the morning, and the rest will arrive. Hopefully you'll be able to leave sometime in the early afternoon on the morrow. We have quite the unusual mission for you. Your first quest will not be to find one of these other missing pieces and pry it from the cold grasping hands of the Zemnian coast or the Githyanki in their astral selves. Instead, you will be delving into Old Maruth. That being this portion right here. It's very small. For those of you, player-wise, who do not know Old Maruth, all of your characters would know Old Maruth is effectively the only lasting section of land unconquered by the original Caladrian alliances that is filled to the brim with very few cities, mostly mountains and underground caves and swamps, where the vast majority of the orcish, the goblin, the hobgoblin, the bugbear, the primary bestial races of these worlds. This is where they preside. In this small sector of land that barely goes a little bit farther than what this map shows here as the Eastern Coast map, is considered to host millions of these races. Batashu, at that point, with his legs still propped up, is going to say, The coast has had some issues with some Maruthian raids of late. The last raid nearly had 2,000 attacking one of their barracks along their borders. In this assault, every single goblin and orc was slain and their bodies impaled along their border lines as a message to all Maruth. There seems to be some brewing tensions there as well. Our hope is that off of this retaliation, seeing a Concordian vessel approach, there is a possibility that you will be able to insert negotiations. There is a certain hope that we will be able to convince them to rally some banners on the northern borders of the Zemnian coast and possibly have a bit more problems at home. It allows us to have an even greater advantage on the sea. Jarath, kind of looking down and nodding to what his companion just said, kind of looks back out and is going to say,
Who's Giraffe? Jaram?
Jaram, my apologies. Jaram. Jaram. I probably misspoke earlier. Jaram Carton is going to continue.
That's not right.
Good catch. Jaram is going to say, we have already received, nearly a week ago, a representative, an Orcan man who was able to enter in somehow, we don't exactly know, but was able to make it all the way to Sindahar. And
A Maruthian? Or
a Maruthian. An orcish man made it all the way to Sindahar. They're interested in some form of short-term alliance. Gothon the Zembane. He is from one of the Maruthian cities near the border. I believe it is Ulf. He is a warlord with some tens of thousands of these bestial folk under his command. He no longer wants these minor border disputes to continue. There is a very strong sense that they may be sending some, the Zemnians, may be sending some representatives of their own to pillage and burn some cities across the border. Goblin cities, particularly. There is an interest in a mutual alliance. A concord, one could say, for a short time. It will not last, as they are beasts. They are uncontrollable, and chaos reigns among them. They will infight, and whoever we make a deal with will be gone by a quarter of the way through the first conflict. Regardless, if 100,000 orcs stroll up to the border, the amount of manpower they will have to position on the northern border will allow us a strong assault at Pennakel. That is the hope, at least. And you guys know Pennakel to be the military and naval center of the Zemnian coast. It is where nearly every martial vessel is created. Its shipyards span all the way from Port Dramacus, almost all the way up to Port Scone to its north. A few hundred miles, where every few miles there is a shipyard that is almost always actively building something of war. Especially the last 4 or 5 years, since tensions began to brew between the naval forces on the eastern coast again. He's going to lean forward and say, it will likely be dangerous, and you may have to kill a few of them to gain their respect before they allow you to see their warlord. But we believe you are more than up to the task, and they have promised safe enough passage. There will be no maimings or mutilation, at least. No death. They may challenge you, though. That is where you will start. And in hopes that you are able to convince them to lead some form of assault on the nearest garrison, We hope that you will be able to slip by the battle down into Zem, the capital. There's a few different places the key could be. To note, what the heck? What the heck? Alright.
Where are we slipping into again? Trying to slip into?
The capital.
Zem, the capital.
Zem. Okay.
So, it
We're
would
to
be
cause conflict.
So you
and then
guys-
come in.
to come. What the heck?
Let me read that real quick.
Coming into Ulf and
Okay.
attempting to start some kind of attack on the Klargard garrison.
And then-
Klargard.
And we're gonna slip past.
And you will be attempting to slip past the battle lines, even if that means participating for a short period, to slip down into Zem. Zem is quite possibly the most densely populated city that has a known population count of nearly 1.5 million people.
What's the train like for that general region between the garrison and Zem? And
Mountainy.
So it's mostly going to be swamp-like.
Does it have
A minor marsh. Not like bog, like constant water you're walking through. But the ground will be squishy. You'll rarely see sun. From the coast
you a vampire?
into Ulf is going to be a 3 to 4 day journey.
Okay.
From the coast into Ulf. And then from Ulf down to Zem will probably be approximately the same journey, if not a little bit longer, because of the fact that you'll probably be wanting to do it in stealth.
Ugh. That's not good.
You're not gonna start.
He is going to continue, and he's going to say, the Haruk family is likely the family, and you guys know Haruk to effectively mean king in the Zemnian language. The Haruk family that is housed in Zen, one of them likely has it. Either that or a member of their military forces. There's a large number of these generals or admirals or commodores that could have this device. We do not know which. Our intelligence has been failing us of late. However, we recently had 4 heads of some of our best assassins in particular float along this very same coast we stand in now. Of course, we sent nearly double the number of Hydras back to them, but they have many more of such operatives than we. This will not be an easy mission by any means, but we believe with the tensions already great, it will not be difficult for you to persuade them. However, we will be sending an extra member with your party, in which case. And as that happens, a small piece of stone that was kind of off to the side, almost in the dark to where almost none of you could see, kind of slips out a young man. You'd probably say 14, maybe 15 years old. Bright blonde hair. A human man, pure human, stepping out. Very bushy eyebrows, the blonde hair, kind of waves, like a board on the sea.
Surfboard?
Surfboard. There we go. I couldn't think of it for the moment.
Board
a
on the sea. Nice.
Look, when you can't understand it, you just go as close as you can and hope someone shouts it out.
Board on the sea.
Kind of like the surfer cut off to the side, athletic build, broad shoulders for his age. Kind of steps out and Jack, drink. And
You gotta say a name, man.
I didn't want to interrupt.
all of you guys immediately note, as you have seen not tens, hundreds of pictures that look like a slightly older version of this man, this boy. I will note, none of you guys know that this person existed. as you see the very face of Clovis Ascarius himself, but of younger form. The man who wrote the document of the Concord to bring the families together 40 years ago in rebellion.
And he looks young,
He is like 14.
He's 14, 15. You would expect this to be a grandchild.
but he looks. But we wouldn't have.
He looks at.
But we wouldn't know what he looks like.
We've
would we
seen
know?
the pictures.
You've
but
seen hundreds of pictures of Clovis Ascarium.
Okay, I'm gonna look him at. Gonna look at him. Look at Kenneth. Go back at him and be like,
Kenneth, with his legs like still kicked up at the table, is going to say, Cade, would you introduce yourself to our guests?
Cade's a gay name.
He's
they're all named Mark or Steve.
he is going to step up
You would not
with
understand
his chest puffed out. You note that he does have a short sword at his hip, and he does have the Clovis pendant around his neck. He is going to say, my name is Clovis Ascarium. I am the grandson of the Clovis Ascarium. And he kind of looks over at Kenneth, and Kenneth is like, that's all I really needed from you.
I really want to shake his hand now.
I will note, especially for you three as members of royal families, this is a major surprise. The fact that maybe the head of your families knew of this child's existence, but the fact that he's being revealed now, and the fact that he's going with you on a negotiation mission, is a ginormous play of the hand that they have. Using someone who looks just like the man who wrote the document of the Concord as a negotiator, even for the Maruthians, they will understand the just immensity of this sign. It truly is reaching a hand out. This would effectively be the poster boy of the Clovis Concord if they knew he existed.
Yeah.
This is also quite the power play on their part to put down the other families if they didn't know from being rambunctious. Because with a direct heir to the signer, that changes the whole landscape of conflict.
Even for some of you guys, Bjorn probably wouldn't get this as much, but for everybody else, you guys recognize if he was known to have been alive, there's a very high chance one of your families would have assassinated him, or tried to. That's how powerful a name and face this man portrays. As a mid-teen, barely hitting puberty guy. Like, he's got the tiniest bit of peach fuzz.
I was about to
on
ask
his
him
cheeks.
actually if he had any.
Acne.
Yeah, he's starting to get acne for the first time, and there's like little
Legend.
red dots where
Kinda
he's
what the
popped
heck
to
is
them,
that?
and he's not gotten a doctor yet.
Hold off, brother.
Regardless, he steps over to the side, and a chair that is off in the corner, he kind of like pulls it a little closer and sits beside Kenneth, who's kind of like, why did you sit next to me? Move over a little. And he kind of like slides over, just dragging
Next to
across
you?
the stone floor.
Is he next to her
I thought
now?
there weren't chairs. I thought there were just benches.
He brought a
Huh?
chair over.
He brought a chair over.
He brought a show.
Because
I
he
want
was
that
hiding in
chair.
the dark.
He is sitting near you. Not next to you, but like within 4 or 5 feet.
Like across or sideways.
Within spit.
I would like to
distance.
take.
You are on a bench, and you're on the end of the bench already.
I'm
I'm gonna like continue looking like I'm sitting and just squat. I would like to just.
Batashu, who's got his legs up there beside you, looks at you and is going to motion back to the bench.
I'm gonna put like half my butt on the bench. Fine.
Rambunctious children these days. He kind of looks at Cade and says, "You're so much more respectable."
That's what your mom.
Is his name Cade? What's
Cade.
his name?
Cade.
Cade
a-
Iscarium.
Okay.
Oh, we said his name was Clovis.
No,
Yeah.
he looks like that.
He looks like
Is
Clovis.
Clovis a first name or is that a family name?
Clovis was a first name.
Ascarium is
Okay.
the family name.
Ascarium.
Okay, so it's
Ascarium was a
Ascarium.
minor family before the rebellion, but Clovis, a mid-20s man of
Okay.
crazy riz, wild charisma,
Crazy Riz.
went
Crazy
out
riz.
and actively convinced every noble family, privateering company, and pirate lord of the islands of the, at the time, Zemnian Empire to sign a concord to rebel. That's who Clovis Iscarium was. This is his grandson.
Yep.
Or at least you would assume so, considering his age and the fact that you knew the only surviving children of the Iscarium family have already passed away, who publicly had no descendants. It was believed the Iscarium name had already passed.
So I see the Batashus have been sneaking around.
Kenneth is going to look and smile and say, "Aren't we always? How do you think we're so rich?"
Fucking got him.
He kind of looks you up and down. Obviously, others don't have quite the same premonitions.
Isn't the whole thing about my family is that nobody knows how we have all this money?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
they're far richer than you, even though you're rich. The Batashus have tariffs on every single thing that enters your
It's a good
island.
thing,
and
money ain't
goes.
everything, darling.
He kind of looks towards Joram, and Joram's like, "It's a good thing I have everything else."
If you say so.
Regardless, once you have completed your mission and descended into Zem, there are a few places to check, but honestly, we cannot point you the direction. I would personally look towards any Hydras or Leviathan operating posts in the area. Perhaps you will be able to find some information. Work your way up. Assassinate, intrigue, bribe, gather defections. There's a million ways you could reach your goal. In Zem, it's a very large city, easy to blend in. There will be devices given to you in the morning that will allow you to disguise yourself into whatever face you wish. That will be borderline undetectable, at least by lower level magics. Upon entering Zem, wreak any havoc you wish. Just don't get caught until you have the key and have brought it back. Hopefully, a full-scale blockade and naval assault will have begun on Pennikel by the time you have reached and begun your mission there. Approximately a week or two is our expectation. We are beginning to move Batashu vessels down to Sindahar. We will begin our assault and moving towards it, hopefully within the week. By the way, weeks are 9 days in this world, not 7.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, goofy.
Is there a reason for it or just?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have 2 moons, so their cycle is very different than that of our world.
Okay.
So the calendar was shifted to make it 4 9-day weeks is a month, and there are 9 months to a year.
Okay.
So they're 36-day months.
Irritating. In the Zemnian Empire? Sorry, I missed that part.
No, period.
World. That is their
Gosh,
Gregorian
Ramsey.
calendar. That is their Gregorian calendar that everybody uses. I can show you guys the calendar or link it to you later.
That's fine.
I've seen it. It's cool.
As he is leaning there, he is going to say, once you have returned with the key from Zem, hopefully you will be able to merely march towards one of the ports or stockyards near Pinnacle and hail a Concordian ship. If that is not the case, he slides out a pair of sending stones, too. And he says, either of these will work to contact either me or Kenneth, or at least one of our representatives at the time. If you are unable to extract yourselves with ease, we will come in and extract you. Do not use the stone unless you have the key. And if it looks you are going to be caught, make sure the stone is not caught with you. Is that understood?
How far is the stone from me?
We know.
You will definitely be able to grab one of them.
I grab one of them and just like.
Sleight of hands.
He grabs one, you can definitely grab the other, unless you're going for
I'm
both.
going for both.
Okay.
You going for both?
So
I'm
both
going
of you
to
make a
toss
sleight of
one
hand.
to him.
Both of you make a sleight of hand check if you would like to do that, Josh.
Yes, I would.
That is a 19 on the die for a 26.
You got it. Can you beat a 26? I don't think you can even beat a 26.
I mean, I could not. I got a 15.
So
But
as
not
we go, I
today.
quickly grab
So
it
as
and
you
I toss
reach,
you
as
one.
you
How
reach
close-
out to one,
How close am I to him?
How close am I to him?
You're at the end down here.
you're at the end down over
Where?
here.
But where's he? I have no idea where he is.
He was parked on the other side.
rude.
You gotta run.
How
dead
close would I
straight
be
to
to him?
Are you trying for shenanigans here?
I'm trying to do. I'm trying to snatch out of the air.
I'll
Well,
say
he-
you're close enough. Go ahead and make contested dexterity checks.
Good luck.
And I'm not even going to look. After I toss it to him, I'm going to turn and go, one question. He goes, Cade, is he there for the deal? The deep mission inside? Or are we responsible until we get back for him?
Natural 20 plus
Fuck you.
6.
That's rough.
And this is just dexterity. not
Just
sleight of hand.
dexterity.
I don't beat it. He got that point. I don't.
So you kind of reach for it, but you immediately notice he's leaning forward. So rather than like embarrassing yourself going for it, you're kind of like,
Yeah.
yeah. There was no chance in the first place.
It's very smooth, like we've
So he caught it?
yeah
Yes.
yeah. Grab the other one, and I don't even look when I toss it to him, and I'm like,
I have 23 dex.
oh,
But-
what is our
Manual
responsibility to
quickness
him, and what is his duties
My
on
problem item
this?
is a manual quickness.
Cade, along with a few others,
That's why I
will be
said-
making their way into Oath with you. Other members of your crew. The ship will wait in a Maruthian cove. You can't even call it a port. They will have anchor down, and they will wait for word from us before they leave. If there is such a situation where you are unable to convince them in negotiations, you are to find another way. Communicate with us. This is the other use of the stone. If you are unable to successfully determine any negotiations with the Maruthians, you are to contact me, the stone you have currently. And we will discuss whether you are to commit to the mission or find another way. Perhaps we will divert you straight up into Damarian for the Githyanki face. If that be the case, that would be worst case scenario. However, we do not believe that will be the scenario. We believe we'll be able to convince the Maruthians to have some kind of assault in one way or another. The Klagard garrison has been a thorn in their side for a long time, stopping them from raiding any deeper, and you know how orcs like to raid. If they are indeed willing to do so, Cade, he kind of looks to him, will then decide himself whether he is continuing with you into Zem to maybe prove his name or to return. That will be his decision. He is quite resilient. Do not doubt his capabilities, even though his youth. He is his grandfather's son.
He barely has chin hair. I'm not doubting. I'm just
I'm gonna just
making the no
I'm gonna
fair.
look over to there and go,
Has he ever had a haircut?
you have more than him, but that's not a reason to brag.
My character does that. He goes,
Damn!
As you say that, Jerome looks over to you and says, the Ascarium name has many innate magical tendencies. They have the honor not to use it on the sea, but on the land, they do not care.
Is that a thing culturally, by the way, for us?
He's a
too?
freaking
Or just
badass mage, and he's just what he just told us.
Effectively, he's saying the Ascariums are sorcerers, and they remain in Concordian law as to not use magic aggressively against other ships.
But is that a thing? Like, For
Yeah,
us
that's-
too,
yeah,
like
that's
that. Once we're
generally-
on land, it's
That
not
is a
really-
Concordian thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
You guys are all
Generally,
Concordians.
yes.
Ship combat, don't use magic.
If
Got
you
it,
do,
okay.
you'll
The
be.
Or-
Zemnians?
Mind
Just
your
wanted the
magic.
cultural
Your
significance.
Yes.
crew may get
This-
rid of you if you use
The
Yeah, well, I
Zemnians
know.
are far less dedicated to it, but even they are somewhat. Don't use
On the
magic
ship.
aggressively.
Okay.
Use magic to defend against the normal things.
No, yeah.
And when you get on ship, one man things, maybe some AoE, but like,
Fucking
don't use a tidal wave to drop another ship. That's dishonorable.
Okay.
No, I remember that. I was just the land translation. What's the land translation?
When you're on
That's
land,
what translation is.
gloves
All
are
goes.
off.
Got it.
Yeah.
I can make her.
All holds barred. Jack, drink.
Can I get another Pepsi, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
And to finish his thought, Batashu says,
Yes, cherry Pepsi.
Oh,
he could incinerate a dozen people in but a moment.
You
He
didn't
is
have that
no
one last
slouch
time.
I
in
did
a
have
martial
one of these
fight.
last time. Oh,
Well,
thank you.
martial.
Thank you.
He kind of looks at him and says, he would be knocked over by Bjorn's pinky. But
Well, Iscarium.
he is going to look at you. He's not batted an eye. He has maintained his confidence even with the barrage of insults back and forth between people and stuff. He's very composed, straight-faced. He did crack ever so slightly a smirk with the quip back at Thalen, but it immediately vanished from his face and he went back to very proper. Jareth will kind of wave his hands as a motion for everyone to stand. He is going to say, I wish you well on your mission. There will be other representatives on the ship in the morning. At this point, it is late afternoon, early evening at this point. And it is middle of spring at this time. So we've still got quite a bit before sunset. 3 or 4 hours. So as he kind of beckons you all to rise, he says, the other champions will have their own mission, which we will brief them on momentarily. You will be working separately, but I am sure at some point you will come together for something in the future, before or after you are able to gather the other devices. We wish you all luck, and may the seas find your favor.
Does Cade go out with us or stay?
Cade stays.
As I'm standing up, I'm gonna give a little like flary bow, and then I'm going to turn around and skip out.
Okay.
Do our big wigs stay
Yes.
with us?
I'm sorry.
All of your
Yes.
representatives also stand with you and move out of the facility. As you guys walk out, Laroc is standing there with himself, Perry, and then Evangeline, and I'll find it here in 2 seconds. Shut up. And Jathrak, who's the Weremont watchpoint. So the 4 of them, with the 2 representatives of the Weremont and the Quento family, they step in as you guys exit.
How tall are they? Like, are they
No
pretty-
one's near your height.
Obviously, but
Josh,
like,
how tall is your character?
As we step
I changed-
out,
he
I'm
was
gonna just
7'10",
kinda
I
make eye
changed him to
contact
Shack
with you
size,
with
he's like
a
7'3"
question
now.
eyebrow.
7'3".
Regarding
So-
Jaden.
I made him
As, like,
the shack in his prime.
Is it a question of, did you know?
So the tallest of those entering in would probably be Harry Swink.
Do I have any disdain towards those? Like,
Don't use that all that much.
I'm not actually leaning on it. I'm kind of just
Yeah, I know,
resting my
you-
hand on it.
does my family have
I'm
any
not
disdain?
on
Like, does
accident.
my house or my family have any disdain towards these people at all, or are they? So,
No.
okay, so that's
You're
small.
moving it.
Your
You
family
are
is very
wiggling it,
peaceful
dude.
with
That's
the
what I
other
thought. I
ones.
just, you know, so
You're good.
as I'm going
Sure,
by, I'm
rest
just
my
kind of like
hand on it.
smiling and like literally like looking
That's
down.
fine.
I was
There's
like,
a
just kinda
perfectly
walk
fine
by.
wall.
No, don't flare that hand.
Have you seen?
I
Have you
felt like
seen?
you went halfway up and then realized you're like, oh no.
Have you
to angle
seen?
that camera more
Have you
that
guys
direction
seen
since
the
Ethan wants
the
to stay
collage
frame.
of
I'm sorry.
You're good, I don't care.
starting with Clinton, going all the way through of all the Democrats doing it?
Okay,
It's
so
so awesome.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
let's
so
stop
awesome.
with that.
Ain't no necessary to talk about that.
It's so awesome.
Not
I love
sorry.
Nazis in our American politics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They're not actually Nazis.
Argentina who?
The Aussie
They're my favorite kind of Nazis, the secret Hitlers. my favorite board game that I really hate.
The critically acclaimed board game.
A critically acclaimed board game, see Red Hitler. Okay, so
If we can shoot him at the end of
as you guys exit,
he shoots himself.
Namara and
convinced him to shoot himself.
Oroville kind of do their unspoken nod and conversation to each other that they try and keep to themselves that nobody really notices. And you guys are left to walk the winding path back up into the keep by yourselves, as there is no one there to lead you. It is not difficult to find the path back up. As you guys are passing, what is everybody's passive perceptions real quick?
19.
19.
I believe 19 as well.
19.
You probably
14.
14.
Yeah. I
23.
believe so.
14.
Damn.
15.
15.
Yeah, it's 14.
As you guys are walking by, you kind of are skipping. You kind of skip ahead. You remember the way. As you're going by, a portion of the aquarium kind of expands out. And you immediately turn and you see a pair of fantastical creatures. You see an oceanic crocodile, very small, barely what you could consider adolescent, likely newborn. The type of creature, one of the few crocodiles that is actually able to live and swim under the ocean in this world. Beside a kraken, also very adolescent. And when I mean it's a big aquarium off to the side, it's probably a couple 100 feet wide by tall. It's a very large place. But there's a kraken, and you actually even see a small hydra off to the side, almost as if they were placed there to fight each other. Go ahead and roll me a history check, as Thalen would probably be the least read in on any possible reason why these could be placed here.
13.
13. You know hydras and krakens are both Zemnian special forces. You don't know what the crocodile has to do with this, but as they're kind of at first almost play fighting, it looks like that until the hydra loses a head. And then it gets violent as blasts of cold that freeze the water around some of the kraken's limbs fall off and are chipped and torn. A bloody massacre occurs between these three beasts of the aquatic races, are fighting over seemingly nothing. Until you see a small shark, a great white shark to be particular, floating on beneath them. What once, at least closer to the coasts of Zemnian ties and the Iberian coasts, is a great predator and actually considered one of the shining beasts of the Concord.
The shark is?
The shark is. Seemingly was being fought over as food by the other three beasts.
That are smaller than it? Or
No, they're all
they're
larger. They're large creatures, but they're adolescents compared
Oh,
to the
okay,
large.
I see.
So the great white, not adolescent, but a little bit larger. Even then, an adolescent kraken has arms nearly 20 feet long. So we're talking the adolescents of these great beasts are massive.
So they don't have a whole lot of room.
They don't have a lot of room here.
But the
You
three
don't know
of them
how they even
fought
got here.
themselves
But
over him.
they're fighting over this shark. As you're kind of watching, you kind of stopping, you skipped ahead, and you kind of just stopping and staring at this kind of brings everyone else to a halt as you guys all watch these three creatures fight over it. Eventually, you, after about 4 or 5 minutes of this death spiral between these three creatures, the crocodile has had its jaws ripped open by the kraken, and the kraken has had its central teeth just frozen solid by the kraken. And as the hydra kind of climbs over to catch its prey, it's so weakened that the shark actually kills it in just one singular strike. And then just a whole swarm of other fish mostly meat-eating fish that have been watching this, just waiting to take up the scraps, all swarm in as the shark just swims away at Mach speed, as all of the scavengers devour these other creatures.
May it be prophetic.
I would know more about this. Can I do like an insight check?
Sure. This would be history.
History? That's rubbish.
I will say you two are also more than able to roll.
History?
Yeah.
Me?
I'm pointing to
what's
Logan
it?
and Ethan.
Oh well. What is
Oh my goodness, I am rolling so phenomenal tonight compared to you.
Just wait for combat.
Yeah,
It'll go away.
It'll go away. That's another 24.
Another 24. Ethan. Great.
Faith? I was seeing about what the advantage was for Faith Fiends or Undead.
Yeah, this would not be the case.
Push it. Oh, there you go.
19.
The respect
19.
is only +1.
The pair of you know this was not chance.
Yeah.
And you could probably guess that as well. Maybe not to the same extent.
Probably your nature would let you know this.
You would
I was
know
gonna say.
capturing adolescents of these beasts is extremely hard. They were probably caught by your family and
I was
sold
gonna
somewhere.
say.
Like, straight up, you would know. The Fex probably caught these creatures. And the pair of you know the great white shark was a symbol of the Ascarium family. The Kraken is a well-known infiltration and assassination group of special forces of the Zemnian coast. The Hydras are more like the Marines. They go in, they take care of things. They're not your standard naval force, but they are the specialty tools used on your average ship. And the Dials, as they're known in the Zemnian coast, or the Crocs as others call them, are your standard naval force in the Zemnian coast. These were definitely placed here as a show, not necessarily for you. This is such a large glassed-in area, there are likely other viewing ports that you cannot see that were probably put on for show by the Patashu and Kartan family.
And you kind of look over at you and go, that was 3 large fortunes that just... Well, I guess if you have the money, you can spend it however you want. She kind of shrugs and goes, let it be prophetic. As she begins to walk on out the door, and as she kind of does, she just kind of like visually sidesteps around you, like not wanting to step in a bit of mud or something.
I want to turn to everybody else and go.
So,
Looking at me for
Bilge.
what did you say?
Just staring at me. I'm scared now.
So, as you guys, after finishing this, we're probably looking, it's about 6 o'clock, as you guys get up and look out. Now, some of the representatives of your families were kind of standing there whispering to each other, watching this. It seems like a few of them knew some kind of show was being put on. The Cannon Fire shipping post seems a little bit more populated than usual currently. Not only are all of your ships and their crews here, some of them larger, some smaller, but there is also a much larger conglomerate of dock workers here currently, as they are actively building a dozen new galleons for the war effort that is very likely to occur here soon. And they are right on the brink of finishing some of these. And as you guys know with the Cannon Fire shipping post in its past, they're probably going to have some ridiculous magical defenses. Very, very hard to kill vessels. That's what the Cannon Fire shipping post is known for. Not for dishing out, but for taking. Lol. So, As you guys
That's what
all
Nomara's known for too. Obviously, that's above table because there's no context in
That's
which
for
that would
who?
make sense to say.
Trying to get that one.
so
Confused.
so
What the fuck?
So.
What's happening?
so
I feel like
The chicks have
you're like a
beef.
kronk, right?
You're finding a frog right now.
You,
It's a good thing
you're
he's
a
handsome.
You are a
I'm
bitch.
so tired.
He's kind of
Pull the
like,
lever, Kronk.
so, as a
I wish I could think of something to do in a Kronk voice.
Cusco's poison.
Right, Cusco's voice.
saying.
I was saying,
Especially for Cusco's voice.
as
That
with
poison?
as I mentioned in the kind of the background of the shipping and the movements that she's done, Namara is familiar with this area. Would she know of a good place for certain people to go to get drunk and have food, and a place where negotiations might be done with magical protections for business purposes?
There's not as much the business purposes thing, but there definitely is a place to go and get drunk.
With good food?
So there's the Sharpened Shark, which is a very small tavern. That's just outside in like the little living village outside of the Keep and Tower that you guys ran up on. While this is a small island, the castle doesn't take up the entirety of the island. It takes up, a third of it, and then another third of it across the ways is some small fishing village, effectively, where a lot of the dock workers live and some go out and fish for food. And there's a very, very small field for crops and stuff like that in a vineyard. There is maybe 2,000 people that live here on the Campfire Shipping Post. It's not a very well-populated location. But yes, the Sharpened Shark is absolutely the place that you would go to get drunk here on the Campfire Shipping Post.
We're hitting the tavern, boys.
I'm going to kind of like, I see that you finished off all the rum, so there is a place I think you would like. Get away from all these people who don't understand the glory of a good drink.
Oh, finally. So many words have been taken without no drinks.
And
You notice a small tuft of black hair kind of peeks out from, like, his waist. As Harry's kind of like, would they have lighter drinks there?
so they have very good fish and chips as well.
Well, Harry, how are we gonna get hair on your chest if you drink the light stuff? Come on.
I already have plenty of hair on my chest. I am not a child anymore.
Okay, Harry, if you say so.
And
There's at least 2 hairs there.
Now, one for each of them.
I'm just gonna blink real quick and be like, this way, and I'm going to lead the group, if they want, down out of the castle, off the docks, down to there, and
I don't know this place, do I? This.
No.
Okay, that's what I figured.
So,
I think-
to show, so
Yeah, isn't I was.
you're from way up here.
Yeah.
the only reason I know it is because I do a lot of sailing around, trading to all the little islands.
Yes.
I
And-
know it fairly.
You two, Namara, and
Yeah,
Orville,
this is your
you guys
guts
know
to
it
kick 'em.
best. Pretty much nobody else has been here before. The Fecks very rarely leave their area, and by which the
And if I
Winchins,
have, it's been chasing shit.
yeah, and very rarely would it get this far east.
Yeah, I'm not that bad at my job.
Yeah, you're not that bad at your job.
Yeah.
Thalen's never
It
been
gets
here.
out here, I call
you
that
called
the
them
Sean.
for no reason.
Sean and
Yeah.
Bjorn. So you two are the only two who would have been here before, Namara and Orville. Probably, at least for Orville, a similar situation as this before. Probably some kind of.
So you said Winton doesn't know this area pretty well?
He does not.
Kyle
Dang it,
knows.
Winton, what are you good for?
What's the scale of this map? I mean, how many, like...
I was gonna say,
I know that this is a fairly large area, but do you have, like, a mileage for this? A reference? of any
Approximate mileage. So Sindahar
Compare it to
is-
state size if you have to.
kind? That doesn't help.
that doesn't help a ton. It would be a small state. It would not be a very large state. Sindahar, as I've known it, is approximately at its widest point from one to the other is about 400 miles.
Oh.
And that's
not bad.
Sindahar. Which means you're
That's a pretty good
running.
reference or everything.
And now, note, for travel distance time, as to not be like, oh yeah, we're traveling for like 3 weeks, I generally lessen times and just anticipate that you guys, as high-level adventurers, are able to keep very good paces for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
If you have mounts, I like quintuple the amount of distance you make in a day. So while realistically a general group of like mortal men in medieval times could make 40, maybe 50 miles a day if they push, you guys are doubling or tripling that in most cases.
I could take 2 steps to get that.
Yeah. So it may not make a whole bunch of sense if you like really read into it, but like making it from the coast to Ulf in 4 days probably wouldn't happen in real life. But this is a magic world, and I don't want to spend weeks on traveling.
No,
So-
that's fine. I was just looking for any general reference point is all.
Yeah. So general reference.
What's that reference right there?
Um,
That one.
it was a school project, I believe.
September.
That was September spending.
When September.
Okay.
We're recording spending habits.
I don't
Dude,
do
that was
it.
like 4 years ago when I was still in school. That was like junior year. Either way, another note: the Great Sunken Lake is supposedly 600 miles wide
I remember that.
at its widest point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll be traveling quite a ways on foot and on sea.
Okay.
And on seafood.
Because it was noted it was probably going to be a little under a week by boat, 4 or 5 days on foot to Ulf, 4 or 5 days on foot down to Zen. So you're talking 2 full weeks of traveling
Yeah.
to get where you're going.
Yeah, you got it.
So who all follows Namara down to the
Boo.
Sharpened Shark?
I'm right
How
next
much
to the
daylight is left?
It's about 6, so you've got
So-
2-3 hours at this point.
Okay, I'll follow, and I'll be taking a small booth to myself.
You're gonna take a small booth to yourself.
Can I see it from where we were at?
No, it's probably a 10-minute trek before you see it.
Would it be hard to find?
Probably not.
Wonderful.
If you
I would
can-
like to go to the dock area, actually, and just kind of like inspect and look around,
Okay.
investigate the
I'm
ships
actually-
a little bit from where I can.
I'm also going to be going over to the docks because I have a fucking Kraken to deal with. So
Yeah.
I'm going to be doing some instructing over there.
It's just a couple of arms. So
I'm gonna kind of
The four of
show
you
you to the
go?
bar.
All right.
And with
So-
my booth, I will be pulling out a small book and writing things down.
okay,
Bring up the fucking Bible.
Nerd!
Not a Bible.
not the Bible.
I'm gonna
It's also not nerd.
grab
Page
a
one.
bottle of good wine that I know from their vintage, and I'm gonna get a table with him while I'm sure you're at the bar just hammering.
Oh yeah. And are there any bar maidens?
And the
Yeah,
barmaid.
there are.
You mean tavern wenches?
No, I don't want winches.
Barmaid.
So we will get to the 4 of you in the tavern shortly, as they are
Yeah.
definitely able, time-wise, to get to the docks first.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
Tavern.
Hanging out with us?
Yep.
Are you with me at the front of the bar? Or
I'm going to be
I am
following up
me
to the bar quickly.
Namara
I don't have
at a
anything like.
table.
Okay.
You
So,
were
by
so you're
yourself.
gonna go by, yell at your people for like 2 seconds.
I'm
and
I'm
go
taking
down.
care of some business. This isn't an important conversation.
Okay. So you run over and you talk to your people for a few
I'll be
minutes.
pulling up with them.
Yeah.
Give it 10, 15, 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah, and so you'll point some
Josh is
instructions,
rolling
be like,
dice.
"Hey, start harvesting. We can definitely sell some of this stuff while we're
Yeah,
here.
to like take this,
you know,
take that.
Make sure you don't get the fleshy
Who
part.
vomited
like,
on the deck?
Nobody wants to do that.
You bitch.
Who vomited? You. I know you vomit a lot. Clean this now.
Yeah.
Winton goes.
You bitch, clean this.
Wendell goes
Wendell.
full like Captain Commodore mode, just ordering people around.
You bitch.
Phelan.
Yes.
So you're going to investigate the ports.
Yes. I just want to, like, how much would I understand of the, like, magic defenses and everything being put in, like, or just of, like, the process? Can I see our ship? Can I find our ship?
Your ship, the
like
one that
the
Whisper,
Call of
The-
Concord or
The new
whatever?
one.
the Call of Concord. I will have
The
you
Concord's
roll
call.
me a
Yeah, Concord's
perception or investigation. Perception being I'm standing on the cliff looking down at the ports on the west side of the island and then the northeast side of the island where the 2 ports are. Or investigation, I go down, I walk the ports. This will take you a couple hours to do. Perception, 30 minutes. Investigation, rest of the evening. pretty much. Like, you'll be getting in at dark to the tavern if you follow.
Investigation. I'd like to check out the ship once I find it.
Okay.
Like I did.
So, do you start at the western or the northeastern?
Let's go western.
Western. So, you start west. As you go over there, this is
Do
the
I need a
port.
roll?
Yes, roll an investigation. I was going to give you a little bit of narration.
Okay.
It's a little,
Okay.
it's a little skin up there, Josh.
Watch it.
Oh!
You watch yourself.
JK.
You watch yourself.
Josh.
You
That
respect
was
your
Get out there,
elders.
buddy.
You respect your elders.
Lovely. Okay.
A little light.
Continue.
What?
Easily
26.
take you down.
26. So,
No
the
remorse.
western port is the port where you all came in. So, the Whisper, the Titan's Call, the Laundering Lass, all of those are just...
Oh, that's where we came in?
That is where you get...
Oh.
There's plenty of other ships
Okay,
there.
okay.
There's plenty of other ships there. So, as you're walking about...
Sure, yeah.
You maybe recognize a few of these ships as, shipping vessels, trading vessels. This is probably not where your ship is as soon as you get there. This seems more like the commerce port. But as you're kind of walking around, you notice on the southern side of this western port, the far south side, there is a series of quays listed out. Quays being more like steel rising up, stone, steel ports that go aside. They're generally used to like hoist vessels up and like actually build them and or repair. They're effectively a way to get the ship out of water.
Okay, yeah.
At least in my world.
Quays.
Technically not in real life, I understand.
Got
For
it.
future people watching this, whether it be you guys or others.
Attacking this massive fan base.
For all three of you watching us now.
Less.
All 4 subscribers.
There's 8, okay.
I don't
Yeah, after we
Yeah,
all
it's
subscribe.
most of us
Hey,
here.
I did subscribe.
Most of
Yeah, I was
us
gonna say
here.
half of which are currently here. Regardless.
Like and subscribe.
Like, unsubscribe.
Have a plus 10 on charisma, guys. It's gonna work.
It will not.
You have a plus 10.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
All the quays. I'm
The quays.
seeing these
Keep working
things.
You see some of the galleons, they're being created.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to roll an Arcana while you're here.
Me? Who?
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the person I'm talking to. Sorry, shut
Plus
up.
5.
Damn.
This is too
Just-
okay, you know what? No,
just-
can't do this.
Is it the dice or?
It's too big.
That's a small.
Yeah.
That's what she said!
I think that's your sister.
And you
They've
should see
been
what I
going
have
on
right in my
this for
phone.
years.
Oh my gosh, I don't want to see
Have you
reword
changed
that.
it since last time you
18.
told me?
I have. It's
18
far more
Arcana.
now.
18 Arcana.
As you're moving aside, you note some of these vessels. You note a lot of the normal ones. Anti-fire, anti-freezing runes. The water around it cannot be frozen. The boards themselves would have a very tough time catching flame, aside from intense magical spells.
Okay.
There's also, like, buoyancy things where even through the roughest of waves, it would be able to rise up above. Most curiously, you actually find a couple that you're like, that's weird. I've never seen that before. You actually do not know what they do.
Okay,
A few
so
of these defensive runes that you have no clue what they do. Not in the slightest. There's something new, probably designed for a particular style of combat or a particular style of magic that has not been seen on the high seas for a while. Regardless, you probably like a third of the runes are just like, these are nothing burgers. Like, I actually do not understand what's going on in the defensive side of this ship.
would I be able? This might be a stupid question. Would I be able to like pull out a book and like trace it? So I
Yeah,
have it?
absolutely. You'd
Okay.
be able to trace them.
I would
I mean,
love
they
to
wouldn't
trace.
do anything.
Yeah.
In this case, they're not infused.
Yeah.
But you would be like, that's goofy looking.
Yes, I'd like to trace.
How much
all
of
the
an
ones
artist is Thalen?
that she's not amazing, but she can like get the general.
Just
Okay,
circle with-
I'll have you roll me a dexterity check.
Oh, I'm good at
Just flat dexterity. You're good at dexterity. You can probably do that.
That's really
Big
interesting.
money.
Oh, that's good because.
So just plus your dexterity modifier.
Okay, so maybe not great. So 12.
12. They're okay. I mean, a smart mage or artificer
Yeah.
could understand what's going on. in
'Kay.
this. But like your average person's gonna be like, that looks like a dick. You know?
Got it.
Yep.
Very helpful. I'm super good at this.
Super good at this.
Oh, that looks
Why are
familiar.
they touching tips? So,
Must be
Zach.
fireball.
Shut up.
It's called crossing swords.
Just
it's tips. So Claire, there. As you continue to look at him, the workers are done for the day. They're no longer on the ships.
Can I get on the ships? Is that a weird
could.
thing? Would that make me criminal?
That would be highly suspicious.
are they your ships?
Okay.
You know, these are Batashi vessels, not Kartan vessels.
Oh, rude. Okay.
Well,
Okay.
easy.
Dock workers. Is
Hold
there?
on. There's not a single soul on this side of the port right now. As far as you can tell, at least. With your passive perception of 23.
Wow.
She just go forward to test for every traps.
If you just sprint through them fast enough, they'll go off behind you.
And these are ones that are hoisted out of the water currently. They are not in
Yes,
water.
they're out of water.
Dry days.
There's like a set of stairs, metal stairs, that you could walk up to like get on the quay to walk across and then step onto the boat. It would be a bit of a jump, but you know, the dock workers do it every day.
Yeah.
There's just a blood splatter under one of them. Just like one guy fell.
Yeah.
There's just a crappy sign that says do not enter, please.
0 days since last work.
Freshly white.
There's no OSHA in my world yet, okay?
Yeah, there's just
I'm just gonna leave these. I want to go
No, I
find
should
our ship,
see it.
the
Okay.
Concords.
So by the time you get down the cliffside, investigate, look at these, you're like, that's interesting. I don't recognize those. Write down, consider getting on the quay, end up leaving. By the time you get to the other side, it's probably been an hour, hour and a half.
Okay.
Alright, so I'd be at the tavern at this point.
Yeah. And you guys would have been at the tavern for like half an hour at this point.
Yeah.
So we're actually going to go to them for just a little bit.
Okay.
You would have caught up with them at the tavern at this point.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to you here momentarily. So, Orville and Namara are intending on getting a little place off their own. Bjorn and William are probably going to be drinking Bjorn as hard a liquor as he can, and William probably like chocolate milk or something. And you're going to be sulking in a corner.
Sulking.
Not sulking, but you know,
What is that?
Brooding? Is that a better
I
word?
think
a little bit, yeah.
That's not brooding. I was gonna say.
Justice for Gotham.
Not exactly.
Just right.
So
Just
we're
right.
Angry, like farting to himself. Like,
No, it's calm. It's calm but deliberate. Right.
Are you muttering yourself like?
Speaking in tongues.
Are there any songs? Are there any
It
family?
would.
What-
No
what's a
one would
language
be able
you
to
speak that's
see
not
what I'm
common?
writing.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one would be able to understand.
Absolutely.
Is there any family songs that my family has? Or any,
Yeah, there would be some songs.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna
I'm
look on the
singing
computer,
songs.
but
I
we
got
can't.
plus seven performance.
songs.
You guys, we can't look at your
11.
character, or I can't look at your character. You
Really?
go to private.
Oh, I'll have to fix that.
You privated your character?
Yeah, I don't want him
You
seeing my
always do that, actually.
I never enable it.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be
Yeah.
auto enabled.
I have no clue.
I mean,
You
I
have
get
to
it.
go into like the base settings and
Enabler.
change it.
I have no clue.
So
11. I got 11. I'm trying to perform.
really try to start something. William kind of like slightly drunkenly
Yes.
I
kind
know
of
the word.
With
tries
his
to
chocolate milk.
well, it's not actually chocolate milk.
Oh,
I don't.
No, we're drinking.
It's hard. It's hard chocolate milk. Okay.
It's a
It's spiked.
liqueur.
It's
I
spiked.
haven't had a
By
chance
somebody
to
who
add any
knows.
more.
What languages do you know?
All languages because of an item I have.
Oh.
Yo, that's
That's racist.
So
crazy.
he would be able to see. Okay.
the most
that's a little
unracist.
I will actually note. What are you writing this in again?
I would be
All spoken,
The script from the book,
but I
correct?
can't read it.
most likely in the one language that I gained from.
Yeah. You would have a tough time deciphering it. Even
I
with the
can
item.
I can speak and understand. I cannot write or read.
Yeah, that's
So-
what I thought. So
Okay,
he wouldn't
so-
be able to read it.
Cool.
Yeah.
And even if he did,
Oh.
he would catch a little bit of it, not everything.
I will.
Because it's also
I would notice if he was looking.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna no, Bishop.
So we're gonna go to their conversation, yeah.
and be like, I'll go ahead and pour for both of us a drink. Slide your glass over and go. You have more experience in these kind of operations than I do.
A little bit.
What do you think?
Hard to say. I feel like they have something else they're planning.
Definitely.
This is a tavern, but it does not fit the conversation.
I'll look at you.
That
I'll
little-
look over at you and go, if I'm not mistaken, your family has an interesting blood sample dating back nearly 40 to 50 years.
A few. Which one in particular?
I'm curious if he's really the grandson, or if he's a clone.
There's ways to find out.
Carefully. As always. Takes a drink and goes,
What language are they in?
Gnomish.
Dwarvish.
Or Dwarvish, sorry.
Oh, sweet.
Fuck! Damn it!
Quietly speaking, it's like,
That's actually quite creative, because the dwarves are on the opposite side of the
Yeah.
continent.
I'm pretty sure I know.
Oh, I was so
We're gonna find out what
close.
languages
Ooh.
You're trying to start songs. You're not listening.
Yeah,
to
But I
the
just want to know what
music.
languages I know, just
yeah,
out of curiosity.
this is a quiet conversation.
We're in like a corner.
yeah.
I'm saying like just in general. I don't care what
I
you guys-
also
I don't care
have
about
advantage
Common,
in
Elvish,
sound
Giant,
perception
Abyssal.
checks
Those
to
are
try
your
to keep an eye on what's going around us as well. So I'll be like, I don't know if I want to trust them for transport out.
I'm not a big fan of that idea. And if we do, I want to look over every inch of that ship.
Yes. And I do believe we need a few contingency plans of our own. Thinking we might want to contact some people who have dealings, or deliveries, I should say, to the shores and to the other coastlines, and maybe set up a couple contingencies if we need to go get out.
That can be arranged.
I think we should both handle our own and keep it on the down low.
Send me, by the way, what was in that note you passed me.
It was information about an orc that some of our smugglers brought in from the coast.
Got it.
Not me specifically, but it was of this orc being brought in through smugglers.
Got it.
And unknown what his purpose was. Which his assumption is it's the orc that has.
Yeah, the orc messenger. That name was never
No,
given.
and we
just that of the Zembane who sent him.
Yeah. And this is just he was moving through. That's all the note is. It was content information.
Got it.
I don't know if we should utilize the other families for our backup as well.
Some of them.
I'm mostly worried about the crew.
There's not much we can do about that one.
No.
Best we can do is watch.
The monk. He's not as straight-laced as he pretends.
You heard anything? Him before? I've never.
The name that was used in there is the alias of a vigilante. Someone who does dirty work in the night. It's not the name he introduced himself by. So, he has a moral code. But it's not a clean moral code. Useful.
Morals can cause problems.
Morals are predictable. Winston. It's the first time to meet him, but
Winton.
I'm sorry.
I was saying-
Winston. I'm sorry, Winton.
No, I feel like
Yeah.
that fits.
Yeah, it says
No, it's alright.
Winston. He goes. Our families are close. He's a straight arrow, but not too bound to the niceties, one could say. He's more about getting the job done.
Trustworthy?
Dependable. But has a strong belief.
His lightning's broken.
There he goes. I'll see if we can... I'll see where he stands with the old vows. Are you familiar with our elven companion?
I am not.
You can't trust her. No. She doesn't stay bought. She did a job for the family. And the first chance she got, she sold us out and turncoated for the ones that she was sent in to do the job.
Goes to the highest bidder.
If you want her to stay bought, you have to keep paying. So. But we're going to need someone like that on this. I don't think the rest of us have the skill set to probably lift what we're going to need to when we get down there. For the big guy, don't know much about him, but Winton seems to know him. It's like, from what I gathered, he's fairly new to the Isles. Has some kind of oath. I don't understand it yet, but anyone who is willing to stand on the front lines and turn people into paste, that is someone that I can respect. And I feel like he is one that can be directed towards an enemy.
I think with a little bit of ale, you can direct him quite well.
Well, to the success of another suicide mission.
Indeed. Grab a flask out of my pocket, pour a little bit in both of ours.
Take it. Let's sit down. No, I'll get to work.
Indeed.
I'll get up, and as I begin to head out,
I was going to say, as you're standing up and walking out, Winton, it took you guys a little bit of time to get there, and that conversation didn't take long. So Winton is walking in at this point. Probably spots Bjorn first as he's, again, trying to start some kind of song of merriment.
Some drunken skater.
They don't know the right songs of the Terracet family.
As I go by, I'm going to use a magical spell of message to you, and basically say, I would enjoy seeing you for a talk on the cliffs above. I name this location, maybe 3 hours.
Alright, I'll do that.
And then I walk out.
I like this music. Let's keep doing the brooding conversations. Let's have some upbeat music to it.
Yeah, you're writing your thing, brooding.
The music was killing me. That's what I was doing earlier. I was like,
I mean, that's the music that
that
would probably be playing in there.
What, the brooding music?
The brooding music. I was like,
In the situations where you guys are like actually RPing and I'm not required, I'm trying to set the scene as well.
I liked it. I
thought it was good.
It
I thought
had
it was good.
sinister undertones
Yeah.
with seriousness, but we don't know how
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be. I've got 2 monitors now.
Yeah, you're working.
He's going.
Do you know how jealous I am to have 2
Just wait
distinct...
till wait when I put like $2 more thousand. Just wait until this room is more expensive than both my vehicles combined.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
He's gonna have the quad
Hey,
monitor set up.
And
now
you're
on
smart
the
enough
server.
not to buy paper maps in color like I did, so you're already $3,000 ahead of me.
Well, hey, remember you passed most of those maps down to me, and I
I
used
know.
them for a campaign.
I know, and I'm good with that. At least I got used twice.
Yeah. Either way.
Oh my goodness.
So-
that's really much fun.
Winton, as you enter in, and this merriment. You probably know the song and the jive he's trying to start up. Do you try and help Bjorn get this like chant started? No.
Oh, what's happening?
That's not. That's not
So,
something.
do you
I
at
would
least
do.
join him at the bar for drinks?
I would. I'd sit down and I'd do some drinks. I'll engage in friendly
Okay.
conversation.
So
but I am
you'll
not.
keep an eye on the clock on the wall for 2-3 hours from now. Probably 2 hours from now, you'll leave and begin marching towards that cliffside. Orville, Namara, what are you guys doing?
Well, I left. I'm going to go find her.
You're gonna go try and find her. Okay, Orville.
I'm gonna be in the tavern for a little bit longer, just kind of watching, seeing if there's anything odd I notice.
Okay. You
Anyone weird
note
or unsavory.
there are a couple other people who join the conversation here. First of all, being the representative of... Let me find it real quick, it takes forever. Cersei Quento, so the mother of Evangeline, shows up and she is with Mason Weremont. It seems the conversation with them and the rest of the Patashus and Cartons has finished at this point. But that is what you note, and this is probably an hour after you left.
Okay.
So it's been a little bit. So we're gonna go back to our resident kleptomaniac.
They don't
Nice.
know that yet.
Everybody knows that yet.
I haven't actually stolen anything. Nobody would know that yet.
Yeah, but
Thanks for
you give off-
spoiling it. I wanted to like steal some spoons and everybody be like, what the fuck is she
You
stealing
give off the
spoons
vibes
for?
already. Let's be honest.
I just thought she was a really nice lady.
I'm sorry to
Just introducing
spoil it.
herself.
Their characters don't know yet. Either way.
I'll forget probably in a day or two.
I was gonna say they won't remember by next week. Don't make a
Don't-
big deal about it. and
Just
they won't
don't
remember.
steal anything.
This is
tonight.
factual. I'm not gonna remember.
That's definitely not happening.
Either way, so as you make your way to the northeastern port, I would like you to make a second investigation check here.
Ooh, 29.
29. Okay.
I've got really good investigation.
So the northeastern port has a long series of quays.
Okay.
You note that there was a dozen ships that were supposed to be being made. There was 4 on the western port. There are
Okay.
the other 8 are up here in the northeastern port. As you're peering out across these and kind of making your way down the cliffside, these seem to be designed a little bit differently. These are a little bit larger, and these are 28 cannon vessels. They are 4 decks high, and they're probably close to 200 feet long.
How many people could fit on one of this? Just with my general knowledge of seafaring.
One of these to man this vessel is probably close to 200 people. How many could fit in here? You're probably sending off a couple of brigadiers behind this vessel, and they're probably making 3 trips, dropping soldiers off at the seaside, at the coast. You're probably fitting 600 to 700 people in here. These are not
Just
just
like cruise ship.
these are not vessels of war.
These are
If we're talking about like today's day and age, if we're talking about like putting things out, not just damage wise, but being able to like send troops, this is the carrier of the armada. And there are
This is the Yamamoto.
Yeah, this is the Yamamoto. This is the big boy. This is the one where a dozen dreadnoughts of the Zemnian armies charge to try and take this one guy down. And there are 8 of them almost finished. Another thing you note.
We're not. Okay, we are not preparing for an assault necessarily, right?
Yes, they are. They're
Oh, they
preparing
are.
for an assault on Pentakel right now.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah, 'cause we're trying to draw forces away so we can.
Yes.
You're trying to get as many foot soldiers
We're doing
to the
land
northern
war.
border so that they can't defend Pentakel as well in about a week and a half when they try to assault. You guys are being given the time to get there and possibly prepare an assault. A couple days later, they're trying to make their fight, their push. So you guys are on a bit of a time crunch in that regard. You're trying to beat the clock and convince the orcs to assault before then. I can text you guys exact dates where you are now, when it's supposed to happen.
That'd be great.
Just throw it in Discord.
Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord, in the text chat, whatever.
Discord would be great.
One thing you note, that even you know, as a not super militarily inclined character, this is Scarton territory. The Scartons are those who develop this style of dreadnought. And these, unlike the vessels on the other side, these are Carton vessels. And while the Scartons are bannermen of the Carton family, it's still a little strange that they would be developing this vessel when the Scarton family probably has 15 to 20 of this style of vessel already.
So this is just specifically for the Carton.
This has Carton markings all over it.
Okay.
But this would be the kind of vessel that leads its own armada.
But it's in Scarton territory. Okay. And that's
in
8
Carton.
vessels? Or Carton, yes.
Yeah, this is the Canifying Shipping Post, which is an extension of the Carton family.
You said Scarton.
So,
Scarton
I apologize,
territory.
they are very, very similar names.
Okay.
The Carton, if you look at the map, big old red name right there.
Yeah.
Cartons. They're the liege lords of this section.
Yes. Okay.
Ethan Graves' family here, Orville, are the Scarton
Okay.
family.
They're a subgroup.
They're a subgroup. They're a military naval-based family.
Okay.
They are those who have already developed the style of ship.
Okay, but this is actually Carton territory.
But the Cartons are almost stepping on the toes of the Scartons by making their own of this ship.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you would understand the political aspirations that would come with that.
Yeah.
So what
They have ripped off their designs and are building their classic ship.
Our patent expired and they're using it immediately.
Is there anybody around?
Oh, there's a lot of people around here.
On this side.
You note, unlike the other side, that was just standard galleons with heavy weaponry, but pretty standard vessels, which would still impressive for the Batashus. They're an economic family, not a military one. So having those vessels, a great boon to them. But on this side, you note there are not only some dockyard workers still on these ships, even though it's almost dark at this point, there are guards patrolling around these ships.
Okay. Is there a ship that I deem I might be more likely to be able to sneak onto?
So as you move farther north, north and almost west, so this is the northeast corner, you're kind of moving up across. As you continue along, you get from those 8 quays, which are massive quays. They go out 300-400 feet. They go up about 50 to 100
and all of
feet.
these are raised out of
And
the water.
all of these are out of the water currently.
Okay.
The amount of chains and pulleys and ropes that are holding these up currently is immense. These things weigh a lot. We're talking 20 to 30 pound wooden vessels, if not more.
Pound or ton.
About pounds. Very heavy. Very heavy. Regardless. What you looking at?
20 to 30 pound vessels.
1,000.
1,000.
Okay.
You didn't
Okay,
include
you
the
didn't say
1,000
the
last time. And I was
1,000.
Okay,
like,
when he asked ton or 1,000, I did say 1,000.
Oh,
but that's okay.
I heard pound.
20 to okay, big.
That's
I
why
just
we're
heard
all
pound.
like,
I
it's
was
a
like,
30-pound ship.
My apologies.
20 to 30
I got you, I got you.
pound.
20 to 30,000 pound vessels.
Okay,
So we're
big
talking-
vessels. That was the message we needed.
15 tons.
Yeah.
We're talking massive vessels. For wood.
Yeah.
A lot of steel supports. Either way. You got it, Josh. I believe in you.
Good job, Josh.
Almost.
As you kind of get down on the beachhead and begin moving more north and then west, you get more to the standard ports. And you are able to find a ship by the name of the Concords Call.
No.
It is not thoroughly guarded at this point. You were told the crew is on the vessel already. You don't know if that means that they're going to be there in the morning and they're in town right now, or if they're sleeping there. You do not know. That was not given. That was not information given. There's a series of other smaller vessels.
And this is not a dreadnought type, I assume.
No,
Right,
it's not
yeah.
a dreadnought. It
That's
is.
what I thought.
It is smaller. It is more galleon-esque. It's still a large vessel, nearly 100 feet long, if not a little bit more so. You can't quite tell from the coast side, but it's large. You see that on one side there are 7. Sorry, no. Actually, let me peek this. I believe it's a 14 gun vessel. So you see 7 peeking off of one side. Or at least you see 3 from the top port,
that
and
was
then
what
the
you said.
4 blocks on the side that they would be able to poke out of. There is a slightly larger vessel parked right beside it, one port down, and a couple smaller vessels set around it.
Okay.
Your passive perception is very high, right? 23?
Yes, 23.
With a passive perception of 23, as you're kind of making your way down the cliffside to this section of the ports, you peek out, and there's a smaller vessel. Probably a little smaller than a brigadier. And you're looking out, and you see the bright golden script of the Zephyr along its side. And it is pulling out of the docks currently. You can't quite tell the people on it, but you can tell this is a fast vessel, probably about as fast as the Whisper, if not a little bit faster. That's a fast ship. You don't know why anybody would be leaving right now.
What direction are they going?
They're heading west.
So towards the coast.
Sorry, east. My apologies. West would be into the islands.
But so towards the coast.
Yeah, they're heading towards the
Zemnian
Zemnian
coast.
Maruth Avarian coast. You can't quite tell exactly what style of west, but they're taking off in some western direction.
Okay, back to the Concords call.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna let that be. I can't really do anything about that. I would like to get on. I would like to sneak on if I have
Sneak
to
on.
get around
Okay.
the.
Namara, I would like you to roll me a luck check.
Okay.
I need to roll luck for my character, don't I?
So
So, luck. I gave you guys
Everybody
8 stats at the beginning. You choose 7 of those to do your basics, and then 1 is luck.
okay.
Oh, shit.
So
So you
That is
always
an-
leave one of those numbers.
So, 2 things. One, I want that was a nat 1 on
Okay.
my luck, and I've been rolling to see when I was going to talk to her with a message, and I want it, and I nat 1 on it too. So I'd like it to be at the worst time possible for her to distract her.
Okay.
If that's fine.
Well, I was gonna say you've probably walked over to the other port with the nat 1 on luck,
Yeah.
thinking she would be there, and have speed walked to the other port, just being like, these were the only locations she possibly could have gone, unless she's trying to sneak in and steal something in the keep. Which is definitely a thought in your mind, but you're
Yeah.
checking the ports first, and so you're making your way over to the northeastern port, and you just cannot find her. We will roll again here soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
Your passive perception again?
Passive's only 15.
15. Okay, so you're going to attempt to sneak on the Concords
Yes.
call. It is docked and on port, so it's pretty simple enough to sneak on over there. But they can roll me a stealth check.
That's gonna be a 24.
The 24.
I forgot I added my luck.
At this point, dusk has more than begun. The sun is starting to set.
If that's the case, I'm gonna be heading back to my ship and getting ready.
Okay, are you going to be sleeping in your ship, or are you going to sleep in the tavern?
Not sleeping.
Not sleeping.
Getting ready.
Okay. So, as you kind of sneak across the plank, you immediately freeze as soon as you look in. As there's a pair of guards. They seem just like regular sailors, but they're placed as guards on the back side of the ship, and they seem to be playing a game of cards. Neither of them are facing directly towards where you would sneak on. and you're able to very, very quietly kind of step on. You have a split-second decision that you can make. You can do one of three things. They're towards the front of the ship, and the front of the ship is pointed towards the island, okay? So as you step on, they're to your right, towards the island. You can either very quickly step down the stairs and try and go deeper. However, you hear some other voices down there. You could go straight into what you assume to be captain's quarters, which is generally placed just underneath the wheel of the ship itself for the axle, which is right there. Or you could run up the stairs to the actual wheel and hide out up there until you've seen more. What would you like to do? You've got a quick decision to make. Captain's quarters. So you very quickly dart off in this direction. As you do, you make the slightest noise stepping on the boat, but you are already in the captain's quarters before anybody even notices that you were there. You hear a huh? And then one of them says, must have been the wind. So you sprint into the captain's quarters.
More wind moment.
And the doors was already mostly closed. So as you kind of like very quickly peek in, no one's inside. You open it and then close it to right about where it was before. And then you peek inside. What would you like to do?
Investigate, obviously.
Okay, roll me another investigation.
That's gonna be a 22.
22. So, peeking around, there's actually a lot of books. A surprising amount of books. There's 4 bookshelves filled to
Do I know who the captain would have been before this? Okay, just
Absolutely not.
Captain.
So you kind of sneak in. All of the bookshelves, as per usual on most boats, have some kind of cord or wire wrapped in front of the row of books so that even when sloshing around, the books can't just slide out and sprawl everywhere. And there actually are, like, locks on these. And you're kind of like, this guy must really like his books.
So, like, I wouldn't be able to go take a book off the shelf?
No, you would have to pick a lock to take a book off the
Oh,
shelf.
that's not that hard.
I mean, yes, but you would still have to pick a lock. Unless it's a master lock, then you can just hit it with
What
another
kind of
master
books
lock.
am I seeing?
We open with.
What did you
another
say,
master
Claire?
lock.
With another master lock. What kind of books am I seeing?
A lot of historical. You see there's entire rows dedicated to the noble families of both the Concord, the Zemnian coast, and the Avarian coast, particularly. There's a pair of books that when I say are thick, they're probably like a pair of 2,000-page books that the first one is titled The First Beast Wars and The Second Beast Wars. Each of these books are like 2,000 pages thick, and they are very well worn. They have been read through multiple times, you can tell. Looking through, it seems to be mostly historical stuff, documented, historical evidences, and as you're kind of peeking through all of this, Mara, I'd have you roll me another luck check. 5. You're starting to walk along the side.
You've finally begun walking.
You've made it to the northeastern port, and you also see these vessels. These are not like hidden away to where it's like, oh, nobody should find these. The guards aren't like, you can't see this. Like, they're just patrolling, making sure no one gets close. And you're kind of on the cliffside looking down at all of these vessels. And you kind of immediately gather the implications of the Cartons making vessels like this.
Lovely.
Back to Thalen. So as you're searching through, you're eventually like, books are boring. Where's the money? Where's the interesting stuff?
Are there spoons?
Jeez.
As you kind of move over towards the desk and begin rifling through it, there is a teacup that does have a singular spoon.
I'm gonna take the spoon.
Dipped inside.
I would also. Is there like a tray underneath the teacup?
Yes, there is.
I would also like to take the tray, but not the cup.
Okay, so taking the tray, setting the cup down, taking the spoon, stuffing them away. You would also note. Let me pull this up real quick.
It's the saucer, the teacup saucer, right? That's the name for it.
So you're actually able to find, as you pull one of these open, there is not only a pipe, but there is also a few bags of other things that you, as kind of a member of a little bit more seedy side of life, would notice. There's Fiend's Twig, which is a particular style of drug Mostly smoked or inhaled in one way or another. Pretty cheap stuff, honestly. But then beside it is the absolute opposite, where you see Corvus root, which is a root only grown in the Clovis Concord, and is an extensively powerful hallucinogenic.
Nice.
And
I'm taking that bitch.
And when I mean expensive, I mean this tiny pouch, which is maybe a couple hits of this, like literal twig that you would eat straight.
It's gotta be
uproot.
eaten.
You just eat the twig, or the little root that's there. You can crush it up and mix it into something.
Wonderful.
It
That's
doesn't
what I
make it
needed to
more
know.
potent. It's just easier to consume.
No,
way.
that's fine. Yeah.
That singular root is probably 200 to 300 gold pieces.
Somebody was into dead drugs.
Very expensive drug. The spoon and the cup holder might not have been noticed. Might think it's just I forgot to do it this time.
Oopsie.
This will absolutely be noticed.
Oh.
This will be found missing very quickly.
Got drugs.
Is there a way for me to take like part of it and it not be like a huge notice?
You could cut off maybe a singular small portion. It would not be as potent, but it would be the most you could risk and hope whoever's this is thinks they've already used it and is already tripping balls.
I'm definitely gonna take a little slower.
Okay, so you kind of like pull one of your smaller daggers and you just cut off a tiny little speckle of the twig, and you've got
While
a little.
she's cutting this, can this be the moment, since I nat 1, that I give her a message and she hears a voice in her head?
Wait, so
Remind
you
me
give
of
me
message. Message, you have to see the person. Am I correct? Or incorrect?
I think it's
'Cause
the
it's a
20
cantrip.
words or less, right?
Well, that's sending.
I have an earring of sending as well.
Okay, that allows you to cast that spell.
How
5
close am I to
charges
getting
for it,
ready?
You can add 1 charge, expand.
What'd you say?
How close am I to getting ready?
We're gonna have a little chat about that because I honestly do not entirely understand what you're trying to get at right now.
Going into my alter ego.
Okay.
It's almost nighttime.
It's all.
You can use an action.
You'll be ready a little after nightfall.
Okay.
And message.
Because I can hear them getting louder. So.
The voices!
He's going crazy.
No, I'm sorry. It is message. I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Otherwise, I would. Yeah, that would be
And
fun.
message.
Is-
And you
is
point it toward a
120
creature within range and whisper a message.
Yeah, sorry, can't do that.
Yeah. So
Never
here
mind.
soon. Here soon.
Are you just like randomly pointing this message, trying to message her?
You're just pointing at every ship. Just
Messaging that one, you're just like,
Thalen, are you in there? 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 Just at every ship.
oh, if you're like, oh, this voice in my head go crazy.
Those are the voices he's hearing.
No. It's much worse.
So, as you continue digging around, you cut a little bit of this root. You find some documents on the table, and as you kind of flip through them, they seem to be designating the same kind of brief you just got. They are titled to a Captain Alaris Lightweaver.
Would I know this name?
You do not.
Who are they signed by?
They are signed by the Batashu seal. There is no signature, just the seal.
Okay. Alright, is there anything else of interest in the room?
Roll me another perception check real quick.
There's just someone been in the corner the whole time.
I mean, do you want me to come over there and every once in a while just see what you're doing? 'Cause I'm kind of curious.
Me, I would already be heading back to the ship.
That's another 24.
Another 24. So there's nothing in particular.
Or, wait, I'm sorry, that's a 21. My apologies.
21. So as you're kind of peeking around the room, you're like, is there anything else? Books? I mean, I could pick those locks, but they could probably be seen missing because they're packed bookshelves. You take one off and they're all going to slump on each other. You're like, I take a little bit of the drugs. I got the name of the captain now. You note that there's another brochure there that has a list of names. And as you kind of flip through it, it's just, they seem to be like crew members of some of your vessels along with some other vessels. It seems that Captain Alaris was like flipping through trying to find more members to bring onto this crew. As this is a rebuilt shuttle that, a vessel that was a Zemnian ship. So they're having to crew it themselves. And so Alaris brought what little group he or she could. There's no gender named Alaris. You can't quite tell. Elven, possibly, could be male or female. You're like, okay, they're trying to put together a crew. They're trying to put together trusted people, possibly members from the crews of the ships that we brought. This is interesting. You don't know any of the names of the crew that's already here, though, the 18 members. However, with the 21, you do begin to hear downstairs some louder voices and people starting to move around.
Is there a place for me to hide where I'm at?
In this room, there's
Is there a bed?
There's a little closet. There is a bed, but it is pretty raised. Probably almost 1.5 feet, 2 feet off the ground. So hiding underneath, they would have to be inebriated, pretty much, to not notice you. There is a closet off to the side that you possibly could hide behind some clothes or something.
Do I hear footsteps coming toward me?
You hear them dispersing all around. There are some coming up the stairs, or at least moving towards the stairs.
How fast can I get out? Can I beat them?
You could absolutely get to the door and off the ship before they're at the top of the stairs. Whether those two dudes will notice you making that run is a very different story. You do have your psychic blades that you could use.
Whoa.
Well, and I'm wondering, what's the...
You do have a way to...
Do I get the impression it would be a really big deal if I was caught on here, like, just an evening before I'm already supposed to be here? Because I am already
Sleeping in the captain's quarters?
Okay, yes,
Absolutely.
but just on the ship, in general.
On the ship, it would be weird. It'd be
I'm
a
weird,
little
though.
confusing.
Steward lady thing. Oh, I don't know.
If you're caught trying to sprint out, it's going to be pretty obvious where you came from.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and sneak out.
Okay. Are you trying to sneak out, or are you... I will note, there is a little closet. Along with that, there is another door that kind of... It's a very, very, very short porch, you could say, that peeks out. From there, you're probably about 40 feet from either the port or the land.
I think it's getting better.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go onto the deck then.
I was going to say, note, I'm trying to hint you have a feature you can use.
Yes, I know.
Okay.
Hint.
So you kind of step out onto the deck. There's glass right there.
Rude. Okay.
The door itself has a tiny window through it that's like stained, so it's pretty hard to see through it. And it's starting to get dark, so they wouldn't really be able to see you.
But the deck is glassed in.
But there is glass on the side. It's not like the whole thing is glass, but there is a frame there that has glass on it. So you can't step too far out. You're pretty much just standing by the door.
Okay. I would just like to... I would just like to teleport, like, close to the land to the water. I can only go 30 feet. Is that possible?
Okay. You have another feature that you could try to show off. There's a roll involved, though. It's like a high-level feature for your subclass. I'm trying to lead you in the right direction.
I'm noticing, but I'm not sure. Okay.
Pretty sure it's just simply called psychic teleport.
I'm looking.
Dog, Zach, you just cannot be any more direct with this.
Psychic teleportation.
I
As
see
a,
darling.
as a bonus action, it is literally the
It's a
last
bonus
end of your
action.
class features.
Oh, well, that's what I was thinking.
As a bonus action, you manifest a psychic blade, expending a psionic point. You roll a d10 and you throw it. For every number on the d10, you can teleport up to 10 feet.
I see. I was thinking the other one. Apologies.
You were talking Starlight Step. I understand. I said 40 feet for a reason.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess I throw a psychic blade.
All right, go ahead and roll me a d10.
Oh my goodness.
If nothing else, you can always
10.
10.
Boo.
Okay. So you can teleport 100 feet. So
Lovely.
as you kind of peeking out at the deck, you kind of peek out. You're like, if I go out there, they won't notice me yet. If I'm on the port, they might see me as soon as I teleport.
Are there people in the dreadnoughts?
In the dreadnoughts,
And am I close enough?
you're not close enough.
Yeah, okay.
You're probably like an eighth of a mile down the line from them at this point.
Alright.
That's the quays. These are the ports.
Okay.
So you kind of look out and you're like, well, I can just get on the gravel and sand, and you throw it, and it launches, spiraling out. It hits the sand, sinks in, and all of a sudden you feel yourself dragged towards it, and you disappear in a poof of this like light blue and white mist. As you appear, you look down the side, and with your passive perception, you see Namara walking down the beach towards you.
Oh, bitch.
So, with a passive
You
15,
see-
Does
a
it look
very
like I
slight
just
poop.
appeared? Yeah.
Yeah, you
love
see
it.
a ploof of blue and white smoke, and then she's just there.
Poof, she's gone. Okay. So I'm going to walk up to you and just kind of walk up to you and stand there and look at you for a moment.
I'm gonna sit down.
And
Just on the
you're just gonna
Yes.
sit on the beach.
Just sit down, look up at him.
I'm gonna sigh and sit down on the beach.
I'm gonna
Reach into
stand
my
up.
pocket, and as you do, I'm going to hold up a set of let me scroll back up. Inspector's silverware. I don't know why I have this, but I have it in my inventory because I could pick it up.
Okay, are you still sitting down?
Yes.
I'm gonna sit back down.
And I'm going to, in Elvish, as I hand them over to you, go, darling, there's more about you I know than you know about me. And it's like,
It would appear so. I'm gonna start like reaching for the spoons.
I'm going to
Like the
hand you,
silverware.
yeah, so you can actually look, it's an actual item you can add to your
Yes!
inventory.
What?
Inspector's utensils.
Inspectors? Or what are they?
Yeah, inspectors with the apostrophe S, silverware.
Inspectors.
An array of polished magical silverware.
They're magical?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They're magical.
They're just real basic magical item, but they have 3 charges. Each piece currently has 1 charge.
She can look at it.
Yeah, I got it. I see.
But and yeah.
I'm so excited. Okay.
So I'm gonna hand you over the spoon, the first set. And
Okay.
As I'm talking, I'm gonna go like,
I'm listening.
I don't know exactly how things played out with you, but I do know, and I'm gonna hand you the fork, that you do more than just be a rat against us. And as I hand you the last knife, I'm going to turn it sideways, and on script on there is going to be your handler's name. As I hand it to you, it's like, they send their regards. Is she gonna just kind of? She's gonna kind of look at you for a moment,
I'm watching.
and you go,
I'm a little surprised.
and I'm go, and then I'm going to hand you over the soup spoon. As I hand that one to you, I'm going to go, I'm going to need your sources to arrange for a backup ship. They don't trust that we'll get a ride out of there when the time comes.
Backup ship on.
For a pickup for us
Okay.
off the mainland. Use one of the smuggler coves. And I'm going to hand you the salad fork. It's like,
I'm sure I can arrange something. Consider it done.
we must keep things the way they are.
No
Sure.
problem.
And as she stands up, stretches a little bit, offers you a hand to let you up.
I'll take it.
She gets up and she goes, from one bitch to another, I'm better at this than you are. And then I turn and walk away.
Namara, even with your lower passive perception, you will note you clock the Concord's call.
Yeah.
And you clock that she was probably in there with your insight.
Yeah.
You also note past the Concord's call, there's a couple ships you recognize, but there's a series that you don't either.
I will head that way.
You'll head that way.
Yeah, I'm going to continue walking
So
past.
you'll continue walking north-northwest.
Yeah.
Thalen, where do you go from here? It's about bedtime.
Let's go to my ship. I want to go to my ship. I would like to get in contact with some of my sources, or
Okay, that would be
get back
difficult to
my-
do here. You
Yes.
can send messages. They will take a few days to get somewhere. Because you'd be sending it back with your crew.
Mhm. Just one, or just one message in particular to one person we can talk about.
Okay. Will do.
But for right now, I'm just gonna go back
So-
to my ship.
How is everybody doing right now? Are we all still good?
Oh yeah, I'm
Time-wise.
Like IRL to keep
Yeah,
going.
Like IRL to keep
I'm
going.
good to keep going.
Because there is a point I would like to get to that we're starting to get close to, but I don't know how long it's going to take because we are RPing.
Is everyone good?
That's fine.
I'm getting close.
I was gonna say, we've been sneaking
good so
around on a
far.
ship for an hour and a half. Like
It's not quite. Like,
it's like 11. It's not quite 11.
I will try and get us there as quick as we can.
No, it's okay.
Just
So
remember
you
we're-
continue walking along. Thalen begins moving towards her ship. Tomorrow we're going to finish up with you here, and then we're probably going to move towards him and then sleep time for everybody. Unless anybody has something really pressing they would like to do. So Namara, what are you trying to do here?
As I walk
I'm
by,
on
I
the
want to
cliff.
clock the other ships, and then I'm going to go to the meeting point for him over the cliffs,
Okay.
overlooking.
Yeah. As you walk by the ships, you do not recognize any of the names. You don't necessarily know what they're doing here, but there's a lot of people here, so it's not necessarily surprising. There's a lot of high, important people that are probably using vessels they don't want to be recognized in. So as you move up towards the cliff, you meet with Winton.
As we get out there, I'm pretty sure you, because of your water genasi and the amount of time you spend underwater, you have pretty good dark vision.
I believe I do have dark vision. What is?
I'm pretty sure you do. Would make sense as a C1. But as I meet with you on the hill or on the cliffside, looking down, I'm going to unwind my little. I have a leather satchel for carrying maps that's waterproof, and I'm going to pop it open. I'm going to pour out one of my maps of the areas, and just kind of pull it out of the coastline that we'll be heading to.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll nod to you and go, I know this is a little bit farther out of your area of expertise, but no one knows these waters as well as the Wintons. And she kind of shows how up to date is the map. And she kind of lays it out.
So then, what roll would I make for that then? What would I need to make a roll? Is it an up-to-date map, or?
I won't make you make a roll. It is fairly up to date. Maybe a couple years in the past, but that's very up to date for a map of this scale.
Tis up to date.
I got this off of an old pirate ship with a mage. It's got some interesting properties. It's called a map of shortcuts. If we need to make up time, we can take a few risks, try a few things, and things change on the map. She goes, I wanted you to know about it because you're about the only other one I trust to be navigating if something happens. She's gonna roll the map back up, put it in the case, and bite her finger, put blood on it, and then offer it, hold it out to you. She goes, "Only you or I can open it. It takes true blood to open it."
I'll take it and put it in my folds of my robe
Yeah,
to an
she-
undisclosed location.
She's gonna look at you and go, "It's an odd thing, our families. I'm curious. I know you continue to do the defense, but does your family still talk of the old days? Of the oaths sworn?"
Nay, not much.
You know what this mantle that I wear is of, do you?
I didn't even know you were wearing a mantle, so.
She's got a little mantle in there. Takes it, brings it around, and this was actually worn by the last of the Storm Lords. It's over 1,200 years old. She gestures to you if you want to hold it. Do you take it?
I'll take it and inspect it.
You can actually kind of feel magic emanating from it. Do you remember who the Storm Lords were?
Vaguely.
She puts it back on. Before the last breaking, the cataclysm that took this land and sundered everything, the Wintons were the right hand of the Storm Lords, and the Stormborns were their left. They had united the Isles and ruled the lands. But when tragedy came, all were lost. And all that's been there is the oaths we swore. And you have held that line with the last orders that they gave you, because the terrors began to come in from the deep sea. And the Whitmans stood and saved all of the others by destroying those monsters as they came in. And you've done so for over 1,000 years, and you don't even remember that that's why you would do it.
I don't kill the monsters due to an oath. I kill the monsters because I like it. I love the accent. I'm trying so hard, dude. I'm trying so hard.
Do it.
Yeah, and she's like, and the Winters and the Stormborn serve because that's what our oaths require. Kind of looks off, back down at the all the construction. She goes, I noticed that neither one of us were named captain. Can understand why some of the others weren't, but there's going to be someone else running the ship. I don't know them, but they don't run a tight enough ship. And I'm just gonna kind of go, if I'm not mistaken, a certain elf paid them a visit and was able to get in and do whatever she wanted without getting caught. Bodes well for us, but not well for... Bodes well for us, for her being with us when we go in, but not the crew, if there's any issues.
The chances of the crew being lost is pretty high, I'd say. Especially if we take a detour, as you're talking about.
How do you feel about the dry land assignment, far off from the world you truly know?
I'm proficient with swamps. and mountains. Fields I can't do. Everything else I can.
Well, we'll see how the city life treats us.
If the Earth's truly on our side, she should be able to carry that pot. But we'd have to guarantee that she is on our side.
We'll have to keep an eye on it.
Indeed.
I feel like if she's bought, she might have to keep being bought.
Indeed.
Well, leverage. We'll have to keep our eyes open.
Stop laughing at me, Josh.
Are you guys
No.
okay?
What are they talking about?
He went, oh, sorry. I thought you said slut.
What? No, I was like, you got bought. I was like, slave.
What?
And then by it, I was like,
Same
I thought it was a
thing.
reference to
Same
Ethan's
thing.
earlier.
So, with that, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna take I know where our ship is. I want to take a look at her hull from underneath. Care to join me?
I'll go and go with them.
And I'll just bail off the cliff straight into the water.
Alright. So, with
And
fair haste, what are you guys trying to do?
We just want to look it over with our knowledge.
Okay,
under
go ahead
from
and roll
underneath.
investigation.
Okay.
The pair of you.
Also, would I know somebody that might be able to tell me what the runes were that I saw earlier?
Wouldn't.
Okay. Would I know
you,
somebody who would?
You could probably find a friend of a friend.
Okay.
Now,
But probably not tonight.
Nice.
Okay. I just want to confirm things as we are starting, not
Yeah.
I'm talking in game here. So, Thalen's heading back to her ship.
Yes.
Does she intend to sleep there?
Yes.
Orville, where do you intend to sleep?
Heading back to ship unless I've been told there's other
You're heading back to your ship.
accommodations.
You can always stay at the tavern.
Ship.
Ship. You're heading back to your ship
To get ready.
to get ready. Your tavern.
I'm carrying both of my William and Harry back to the ship.
Okay. Both of y'all are pretty wasted. It's a
I mean,
bit of a
they
travel.
are. I'm pretty good.
It's a bit of a travel. Are you wanting to stay in the tavern, or are you wanting to stumble to the ship?
I mean, to be honest, my character doesn't like overconsume. He has to make sure to be on his guard to guard.
Well,
his-
according to us, he's drank 15 gallons of ale.
He is a Goliath.
Rum.
I think that's a
Rum.
minimum at this point.
they all were telling me what I've been drinking, but I was like, I know what my limit is. Generally, what my character does, he normally needs to be protected. So
Okay.
he knows his limits.
As you begin to stumble off and like carry William kind of like slaps your back so
Yes.
that you put him down. And he's like, I was told there's gonna be beds in the keep for us. You can
Alright.
sleep wherever you want.
All right, so I'll go back to the tavern. We'll stay there then.
Okay. He said the keep.
The key.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it makes
Oh.
perfect sense you go back to the tavern.
No, I thought you said the tavern is called the keep. All right.
It's called the Sharp and Shark is the
Okay.
tavern. So the keep, the castle.
Going back to the
That's right.
castle. I didn't
So
know if it was
you stumble back to the keep and kind of set him down, and then you can sleep in the ship or in the tavern or wherever.
Yeah, I go back to the ship. So I get them to where they need to go, wherever it is. And
Okay.
then I'm heading back to my ship.
Okay, will do. So, I know where all of you guys are sleeping. So as you guys investigate, you got a
Not 20 plus.
nat 20 plus.
3.
I got 18.
18. So the pair of you kind of going underneath the hole. It's a very sturdy hole. You can tell it's recently been patched in a lot of locations. It's more reinforced than it was beforehand, but a lot of patches, especially on the bottom end of the ship. You would expect the ship almost capsized, probably. It got pretty dang close before it got towed.
Oh, I was gonna also. Can I roll a history on the name?
Sure.
Okay, that's crap. 9.
9. It does ring a bell. It is a
Above board, it's the ship we.
Well, yes, above board it is a
Okay.
ship we ran in a one shot.
Yeah. moving on.
You don't know anything about that, but you do know that Aetir Expectatum was Future Expectations, effectively, is its name. It was a vessel designed not for combat, a little bit for combat, but mostly for extensive long travels.
Yes.
And that's about the entirety you know of it.
Gotcha.
So you guys look around. It's definitely been changed more into a military ship at this point. There's cannons. There's 4 ballista both on the back end and the front end of the ship. For ship-to-ship combat, it's a pretty banging vessel.
Good lines, good job.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very well put together.
All right. And so, yeah, I can breathe, you can breathe underwater. So we kind of just, not romantically, but do have a good. Yeah, that's why I said that.
So
a moonlight swim
so
underneath the
where
ship.
would you guys like to sleep this evening?
I'm going to my ship.
I'm going to your ship.
I'm there.
Nice.
You're going back to your ship. So everybody's going back to their ship to sleep. So y'all are sleeping right next to each other. Wonderful.
I feel like something is about to happen.
So we're gonna move towards
I was
you
gonna say.
a little bit because we're
Jack's
finally
turn,
to dark.
dude.
Everyone's kind of getting back.
He's just been continuing to.
No, that's not exactly the vibe.
It's
but-
fine with Jack's. It's fine with
Yeah,
Jack's
I know.
turn.
So
Sorry.
walk me through what's going on right now.
So
No one knows
the
what the fuck we're doing.
voices. It gets worse when it
It
gets
gets
to
worse at night.
You just said
Um,
voices.
The nightmares get worse. It's hard to
Got an
sleep.
item for you.
So
Hmm.
the best thing I do is the thing I know what to do, and is to just go out at night and protect.
Yeah.
So I change into my actual military focus. So I put on the knuckles, I put on the cloak, I put on the actual boots, and I still had the ring on the entire time.
Yeah.
And I go out, and the first thing I try to do is find a tall enough building with enough stealth to where no one will notice me, but I can be vigilant.
Okay. So with your advanced acrobatics, you're able to climb from the outside one of the towers, not the keep, but one of the 4 towers along its
Yeah.
corners, and you're able to kind of like perch up there quietly and silently. You're a little ways from being able to get down. It would be time consuming, but you're able to peer out towards the village on the other side, see if anything happens. You can hear as you kind of close your eyes. The voices die in the wind as the scent and smell of burning fish and alcohol wafts up as the wind is coming your way from the town, small village. As this fragrance hits your nose, the whispers and voices in your mind go completely silent as it is just the wind that has taken over. And as you perch there, we're going to skip the clock forward a little bit. So, you're perched. Human, right? Human, Goliath, Genasi's elf. With the innately shortest amount of sleep required in your trance, I'm gonna change the music real quick.
Oh god.
Oh.
Turn on the Batman soundtrack.
Basically.
So, as you guys, as Thalen, as you're in the whisper, something that silences the things around it, you kind of wake to a slight noise.
Okay.
Who
A
does?
creaking, you would almost say.
Outside of my ship?
Outside of your
On my ship?
Outside,
Okay.
on the dock.
Okay.
And as you're kind of awoken by this, you almost sense, and you as well, at the same time, Sean, sense almost like a slight pinch, like a headache, like something's trying to get into your mind. And as you're there, it's you, a master of psionics at this point. Note, it's not an aggressive presence. It's almost like it's trying to say hi. And as you're the first with the highest passive perception to notice this, even in your sleep, you actually peek out your window. You don't see anything. But there's still this creeping suspicion out in the side.
With my ring, would I be able to tell?
With your ring. What is your ring?
Ring of mind reading?
Ring of mind reading.
Or mind shielding?
Mind shielding.
So I'm.
You actually don't sense this because it is not able to touch your mind.
That's true.
Fair enough.
So, as Thalen, as you get up, you're kind of like slipping your boots back on, getting your belt back on, and getting things. You're like, something's wrong. You can sense it innately. And as you kind of
manifest a blade.
You manifest one of your psychic blades, and you kind of step out onto the docks, and you don't see anything. There's something wrong, though. You can tell. And as this psychic presence continues to like claw at your mind, you're kind of standing there for a few minutes, just trying to figure out, trying to decipher what's there. Until you note Orville has also stepped onto the dock of his boat. And he's kind of looking out, and he sees you already on the dock. He's like beginning to strap his belt on and get things set. You were well ahead of everyone else, but you're still not certain what's going on. Orville, you also have like this ice pick headache upon your temple. And over the next minute or so, the three of you also wake up. Yes,
Would I be able to tell if it's Fey Fiend or undead or anything?
this is not Fey Fiend or Undead.
Yeah.
And as
It's terrifying.
the rest of you guys wake up, this like ice pick. Bjorn, the last to awake, not fully inebriated, but enough that you were a little bit deeper a slumber than everybody else.
Oh yeah.
You wake up and you're like, oh, I hate headaches. What is going on? As soon as you wake up, the five of you, unable to get it because you are mind shielded,
Yep.
you guys all hear, this is Cade. Meet me at the front gates of the keep as soon as you can.
No, creatures can telepathically communicate if
Okay.
I'm allowed. So I will.
Do you accept it?
I will allow the communication.
Okay. So, as soon as it attempts to go through, you don't get the ice pick, but you do get an attempted message, and you're like, okay, I guess I'll accept
It's
this
like
again.
play record.
Can I insight this to see if I feel like it is him?
Sure. Go ahead and insight.
Can I notice with my passive insight of 19?
You probably wouldn't doubt that this is Cade.
19.
19. You don't have any reason to suspect that it's anybody else in this case, and it does sound like his voice from what little he spoke.
I'm going to quickly take a step back down into my room on the cabin, and I'm going to pick up my sailor's chest, throw it over my shoulder, my left shoulder, and start walking with what I hear.
As soon as you start moving, Kate says, "Bring your go bags."
I grab my stuff, load up my gun, have it ready.
Grab my stuff.
I would already have everything.
You would already have.
I-
You're sure on your back kind of guy.
Yeah,
In
I'm
general,
That's,
what little you carry with you is. with you at all times.
I didn't wear it because diplomatic. Now I'm fully ready to go.
Yeah.
So easy peasy.
So, Winton, Bjorn, are you guys also?
Yeah, I grab my shield and I grab. There's another weapon that I grab. That's a trident that I put into my bag of holding. As I'm gathering up all my stuff and all my weapons, I'm just kind of loading up and heading out.
All right.
I'll see commotion and
Okay.
catch on that something's up. And
Yeah, you're all
decide to
like-
walk.
All right. So the five of you. Yes, Thela.
I would like, as we're on our way, like, and I'm noticing everybody's moving, I assume, that because we're all heading towards the same direction and our
Yes.
boats are in the same area. I'm gonna choose 4 people. I'm gonna use psychic whispers, and choose up to 4 people. I'm gonna roll a d10, and then for the number of hours equal to the number rolled, the 4 chosen creatures can speak telepathically with you and me with them as long as we're in a mile.
Okay. So go ahead and roll that.
But you can end the telepathic connection at any time. That was a 10.
That was a 10. So for 10 hours, you and 4.
And yes.
So the
Choose up
four-
to 4 creatures you can
Okay.
see.
So the 4 so the Orville, Winton, Namara, and
So literally
Bjorn,
all of them.
Everybody but you who are currently
I
there.
don't know.
All
Well,
immediately
you
gain
could
a
leave me
psychic.
out of it if you wanted to talk to him.
She can't see me.
Yeah, she can't see him.
I'm
Okay.
miles
Not
away.
miles, but
He's
yeah,
not-
you're nowhere
I'm
near.
far away.
You're nowhere near. You are currently scaling down the tower to try and get to the front gates.
It wouldn't take me that long.
It doesn't say
Yeah.
that you guys can speak to each other though. Just
No,
that
we
I
can
can talk to you and you to me.
Yeah, you.
So I might send out something saying, "Well, this is interesting."
I will allow you guys to speak to the whole group. You cannot speak to an individual that does not include Thalen. Like, if you're talking, you can say this is to the whole group. You can only one-on-one with Thalen.
Got it.
Orville can't 1v1 with Damara.
No.
1-to-1. So as that
So I
psychic
can be
link
like a
is-
communication.
Or we
Yeah.
can just.
I'm allowing a little bit of the snapping of the rules,
Okay.
so that if one of them wants to broadcast to everyone, as long as it includes you,
Okay, got it. Sorry.
but they cannot exclude you from a conversation.
To avoid
It's like a
chaotic
tether.
telephone.
Yeah, you are the mainframe. They all have to talk through you.
Wonderful.
In a way. Regardless, so all of you get up, begin moving. You are the first at the gate. Kate is not there yet. However, he arrives about a minute after you get there.
Okay.
And he's nervous.
I'm still.
And he gets even more nervous when he sees you in your get up and is like, interesting get up.
Sorry.
That's all right. You do you.
No, no. It's.
Let him do his thing. He's gonna say, let's get the others here. We need to look into something.
I'm assuming they'll be getting me shortly.
I'm gonna try and stick to the dark spots and have my handgun ready. The strap ready.
So you're like darting from like the dark area.
About 2 minutes later, you guys weren't very far from the keep. You guys sprint up to this front gate, and Cade is standing there. He's kind of pacing back and forth. You see him snapping his fingers, and a little bit of flame appears, and then he'll drop it and snap it, and a little bit of flame appears and drop it. Almost like a lighter, just dropping it every few seconds as a nervous tick. As you guys approach, he's like, I think something's in the castle.
What do you mean by something, boy?
I don't know. I woke up in my sleep, immediately sensed something. I believe it was moving towards the representatives' rooms. If you follow me, I can lead you there.
How big?
I have absolutely no clue.
I grab my shield.
I
get
grab
ready,
bad
and
news
I
off
grab
my back.
I grab my trident.
Is that what your rifle's called?
That's the
Bad
given
news.
name.
That's the
It's
given name
critical
of
role.
it, yeah.
What's it called?
That's
Bad news.
Oh, from.
It's crazy.
It's Percy's rifle.
Mhm, okay.
So, as everyone begins drawing their weapons, he leads you up into the facility, going up to specifically the southwestern tower of this keep. And as you guys begin walking this spiral staircase, I would like everyone to make a perception check. And if you're wanting to be stealthy, a stealth check.
Okay.
I'll double roll then.
Hang on 1 second. I'm trying to
This is
You said
for-
perception.
Perception, and if you want to be stealthy.
Is this something I would be doing with listening?
Yes, you would be perception.
Perception is 23. My stealth is
I want to
20.
use my divine sense.
Your divine sense. That's Fae, Fiends, Undead, Aberrations.
Perception.
Perception is a dirty 20.
Okay.
Stealth will be. Okay, I do have normal advantage on this because of my cloak.
11 for perception. That's
Perception 16, natural 20 plus 5, so 25 for stealth.
Okay, so the three of you are pretty
23
stealthy.
for stealth.
Yeah.
Yes, presence of evil, undead, or celestial.
26 self.
You
But-
do not sense any of
yeah. I
you.
rolled a 3 and a
On
4.
purpose.
Let me just look at it exactly.
Okay.
You all
No
like
advantage.
dart to the shadows. I'm just in the middle of everything. just
Would,
like,
God. Go where you will.
yeah.
Winton.
So,
Oh, no.
so I'm also curious.
But would it be impending danger? Would this classify as impending danger?
It's not impending to you right now, is the
Okay.
thing.
So
Okay, that's
Fun.
what would I need to roll to check? Because Namira's first thought is he's getting us armed and ready to go to fight something at the place where all the bigwigs are.
Mhm.
That's a perfect setup to put us in a bad light.
Yes, it
What
is.
do I need to roll for that?
That would be an insight.
What were my 2 rolls again?
That was, if you want to be stealthy, a stealth check, and then a perception check.
Yeah.
um,
I have
Even-
disadvantage on stealth, so I'll
It
go
doesn't-
for- Do I need to be stealthy?
Can I roll that insight check too?
Yeah. I'm sure you could.
I was gonna say, does the impending danger? It doesn't clarify its impending danger. to me.
Alright, give me a few minutes and I'll look at
Okay,
it.
you're cool.
Bonus action, awareness to detect celestials, fiends, undead for 10 minutes.
It's not 20 plus 4. So it's-
Yeah, absolutely nothing pings on your divine
Okay.
sense.
I just want to make sure. So I rolled a 13 for my stealth, and then perception. Also Sweet, 23.
And
Okay, you're pretty much just standing out there with Winton.
Zach, I
Hey.
hold up
You
my
two
gun,
Winton, get in front of me.
prick my finger on a needle that's on the trigger
You
guard,
do your infusion. Yeah.
and my gun starts to crackle
What
with
did you
lightning.
I got a net. So I got like a 4 and a 5 for my investigation and my stealth, and then I rolled a nat 20 on my insight check. So it's a 24.
Wild.
I had to roll disadvantage for it.
Cade seems very nervous. Not. You noticed when there was the political scheming that happened earlier at the table, he was not nervous.
Does it seem like he's nervous for himself? Or he's nervous as in this is an action that I don't want to, but I'm doing anyways kind of nervous?
This seems like I've not been in a fight before.
This guy's 14.
This
He's
is a
got
child-
acne on his
this
face,
is a
okay?
child who
We're
is
grown-ups here.
Unsure about what's going on. Okay.
As you guys climb the staircase, you first peek. So you're getting up. There are 6 bedrooms in this small hallway. You do not know who is in which bedroom.
I would. You said we're at the keep?
You placed him at the front unless you followed him all the way up to his bedroom, which a guard would have been there to escort him.
Okay, I don't think I would have done that. I would have got him to the guard and then let the guard take
Yeah.
him
So you guys do not know who is in what room. 3 rooms on either side of the hallway. They're all cracked open a hair.
Uh-oh.
We about to get jumped.
So we each take in a room? That's what I'm saying telepathically. Because I'm not trying to make a lot of noise.
Sean just like,
I'm already. I already.
Locked in.
What again? Boots. I wanted a clarification on the impending.
okay, there is a sense of impending danger. It is not immediate.
It's not immediate. Okay. I would, even though the door is cracked open, with instant door, is that opening the door or being able to kind of see through the door? Like, I just want to make sure I understand it.
So it would be effectively making another door.
Okay, I want to make another door through the wall, not through the door, to be able to see.
Okay. So, as you make this door in the wall, which everyone's just like, you just put a key in the wall, and suddenly there's a door there. You turn the key, you have to push the door open to look in. As you push the door in, you look in, and you see, Selenus, Scarton. You see ropes tying him to the end of the bed as his throat has been slit, and a knife is implanted, dragged seemingly from his navel all the way to his lower right thigh, and the shaft of the bedpost has been impaled through him.
With that,
There is no one in the room.
There's no one in the room.
The window is open.
Who is this again?
All of the doors.
This
Nobody else is running in.
Selenus
No one else is
Scarton, or Vill's
That's
uncle.
his.
Good job.
Well, he does. I'm the only one that.
Yeah,
does.
you're the farthest one forward. You opened this door, peeked in. You can close it immediately without anybody else seeing it.
I instantly close it.
I continue on past him to the next room.
Okay.
I grab his shoulder before he goes. I'm sorry for your uncle.
Okay, when
I
you
go,
say
I
that,
message back in.
as soon as he
Where is
says
Cade?
that, I'm going to draw and activate the lightning on my sword.
Okay.
So we now have it lights up. I'm no longer stealthed, and I'm going to head to the door
Is Cade
because I
staying
would
us?
know which
Yeah,
door.
Cade is with you
I
guys.
am getting very close to Cade and
I'm going to
holding
stand
him in
right
front of
next
me.
to Cade.
Yeah. I'm assuming you
into
activate both your rapiers and
I have pulled out both.
Yeah, I have him
I
like
was
in
in
front
the-
of me in a defensive position.
I was sending a message to the group. I was like, who died? How long?
I wouldn't be able to know.
He wouldn't know.
I'm
It's
not-
us.
he's not a part of
He's
it.
the only
It's
one
us
who
five
isn't
right
the-
here. He's the only
So-
one.
Because I see that
Namara.
actually, I'm like, who died? I'm like, in my
Namara,
mind, I'm like,
you
who
move
died?
to the next room.
I'm like, who died? How long?
My uncle.
I would have
How long?
been in communication with my gal to know where she was.
She did not sleep here.
Okay.
She didn't sleep in the ship either. You don't know where she slept, but you know she didn't sleep here.
Dude,
Okay. I'll go to
William
the next
sleep
door.
Yes.
I'll take a quick listen before I do anything to the
Okay.
door.
So as you come to the next door, first door on the right, peeked in. Second door on the right, you're listening in.
I'm listening. I have a device on my ear that helps me hear things and do different things. It's one of my green items. It is the clockwork earring.
Okay.
So I get to roll perception with advantage. That's a nat 20.
A
Are
nat
there
20.
any heartbeats in that room?
There's no one in that room that has a heart.
I just stop, nod, and step to the next one. I don't even
Okay.
open it.
You don't peek in to see who it was?
No.
Okay.
I want to cast aid to the group at. So if I do level 3, how many will I get? 5.
I believe so, yes. I don't know exactly. Let me look at your character sheet.
Because it's
There's 5 of us.
So a
6 with-
second level
6 with
spell.
him.
So 3 characters. So yeah, you would go to 4 characters. So 4 characters would get it at 3rd level.
4 characters to get at. So I want to cast aid on. I want to cast one on Cade.
Actually, it's only 3.
It's only 3.
It boosts the amount of temporary hit points they get.
Okay, and then I'll do just since it's only still 3. I'll just do it
It's
at the
just
first.
3.
I'll do it just at the first level. I'll cast bless at the what did I say?
Are you talking bless or aid?
Aid, my bad.
Aid.
Aid
So
second
aid
level.
at 2nd level,
Yeah.
3 targets for 8 hours.
Yeah, so I'll cast aid on Cade. Would I know like who'd be the quote unquote weaker?
You would guess
Essentially-
from this group.
From my that's what I was,
You would guess that Thalen, and honestly, there's no real like innate weaker character in terms of health pool.
right.
But you would say Thalen's probably your next best guess for hit point wise lowest
So I'll
target.
go aid to Cade, Thalen,
And then probably yourself.
and then me.
And that's so you can add 10 temporary hit points to your character.
Or yeah, level 4. Yeah.
would I have any ability to know which door William would have been in?
You do not.
I keep going to each door until I
Okay,
find it.
so you started on the first door on the right, you go to the first door on the left. Namara checked 2nd door on the right.
I wanted to go all the way to the end on the left.
Okay, all the way to the end on the left. As you open it, there is no one in the room.
No one at all.
No one at all. There is no body, no nothing. The window is open.
Other side right.
Other side right. As you open it up, you see
And I have my rapier in my side blade. by the
you
way.
see Tessa
All
along
done
the
up?
wall. She is not on the bed. She is actually hung. There is a short sword that seems to have been dug into like her ankle, like right just above the knee, actually. And she is hung upside down, completely naked, flayed from the hips to her chest. Covering her face is her stomach.
Yo, I didn't like the bitch, but damn. Shit, and there's
And
nobody in the
you-
room?
I think she
And
might be dead.
yeah, as Namara checked the first
She
door,
might
no heartbeat. You peek in the 3rd door on the right.
Have we checked all the doors at this point?
So
Not yet.
you moved to first door on the left. As you peek in, you find that. So you found the body of Tessa and Selenis. You find Altha inside this room. You'll note, Namara, do you peek back in that 2nd door that you listened into?
I assume someone behind me is going to open it. And I
That would be my next door.
Okay. So that next door, there is nobody in that room. No body,
So
window open.
No, so who's the representatives that are missing, though?
So the representatives that are missing is, thus
Mine.
far, you,
Mine.
you, and
mine.
yours.
We have another.
So
Who
So-
opens the door that I listened to that was no one?
So he would have. Well, actually, no. You're opening the door on the left. So as you open the
I'll
door,
open the door that you would have.
yeah. So you open the door on the left, and Altha is in there.
Yeah.
Altha is strewn, pretty much cleaved in half from the head down, and just somehow attached to the wall. You don't even see what's holding her.
the voices are getting louder now
Yeah.
as my nervousness gets worse and worse for my representative. So I've checked front left, front right, mid left, right? Is that the correct order?
So you've checked the first 2 doors right and left.
Okay.
The second door on the right was checked. It is empty. The
Okay.
third door on the right was checked, and it had Tessa in it. The
Okay.
third door on the left had no one. The only door not checked is the second door on the left. Namara, do you immediately go from the second door on the right to the second door on the left?
As soon I saw her open the door and I see her response in front of me as she looks in and sees someone, and I know there's a dead body in this door and there's a dead body at the end. My assumption is the rest are full. So while they're doing that, I'm going to sprint down the hall to get a little bit of distance away from everyone, and I'm going to do Thunder Wave and make this massive blast of sound. And I'm just try to set off any alarms, because I'm gonna it'll echo out.
Yeah.
It'll be over 3.
It'll be very loud.
I'm gonna do that to try to get the alarm, and then I'm going to yell at the top of my voice, basically, intruders, sound the alarm.
Okay. Who
And
checks the second door on the left?
I'll check the second door on the left.
So as Winton, as you step in, you peek in the second door on the left, and the first thing you see, it kind of like curves around to the side a little bit. The first thing you see is a stomach that has been torn open, and there is just like a searing acidic liquid spread across the entire floor. As you kind of peer around, entrails lead you around the corner, and you find Harry. Completely strips of his skin have been taken from his stomach, his arms, his thighs, and placed in some obscene symbol around his body as his arms are out and a dagger has been driven through each of his shoulders and into the wall.
Can I
follow right behind
I
Winton
want
as he
to-
goes in.
pay attention to that symbol? Is there any way that I can like just remember what that would,
Yeah, sure.
just so I can have that in the back of my head?
Yeah.
Okay.
As I follow behind Winton, do I also see anything, or am I still how far ahead has he gone?
You're able to, Winton was also in the back of the crew like you. So as you guys walk up, you're right behind him. As you see, and the floor is sticky, as
Right.
both blood and alcohol has been leaked from his stomach.
Do I recognize the symbol?
As you peek back, you do not.
I also want to like put it to memory that I see this. I see Harry dead. I see this as the symbol. I want to remember. Like I want to know
Yeah.
that. What do I need to do for that? Like I want to like.
You'll remember it.
Okay.
I mean, there are some other people in this crew that'll probably recognize it better than you guys would.
Who all here is magically inclined? Like Arcana wise?
I
You
have
are.
a +1 on Arcana.
Yeah.
That's the best.
As-
+1, but
As you guys step in, the sticky floor from the blood and the alcohol just splayed across this solid stone floor. Blood covers the room.
Can I do a medicine check? I want to see how long he's been dead.
Go ahead.
Do you let me know or anything about the blood thing on the wall, or if not, I'm probably not going to enter that room.
Do either of you call for anyone else to enter the room?
We get
I'd just let everyone know that there is a symbol in blood in this
that's a 4.
room.
I don't
So-
know.
Okay, so you
And
hit
I'll
the
ask-
psychic.
I would come look.
I'm going to go look in the room. I still have Kate in front of me. I have my gun. Do I recognize any of the symbol work with
As
my
soon as you peer around the
blood
side,
magic?
the symbol of a Leviathan is not an often found one. But you have fought them before, and they are the most special of special forces in the Zemnian forces. This was planned.
It's Zemnian. Say it through the link. It's Zemnian Special Forces Leviathans.
Has he figured out how long it was?
Medicine check?
It was a 4. I don't know.
4, you have no.
I have no idea.
This was within the last couple hours. Like,
How
the
long?
blood is fresh.
It's
How
still
long ago did I see the Zephyr taking off?
The Zephyr probably almost 4 hours ago at this, 3-4 hours ago at this point.
Alright, well, we figured out what that was.
Okay.
That's kind of
I
close. I mean, it's a fast ship.
Yeah, it was leaving.
Who is in charge of the Zephyr?
You do not know. You saw the name, and you know it was leaving. You do not know whose ship.
And it was
the
a
Zephyr
small
is.
ship.
It was a smaller ship.
So there's our assassins. There's a solid chance.
well, this
Remember,
is fresh.
this was Harry was still in the tavern when you saw the
Yeah.
Zephyr leave.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah,
okay,
I had
gotcha.
just
Sorry,
taken
I
it
thought
back
the top.
not too long ago.
Okay.
No.
So it's off by
The
2
Zephyr is a completely different
Yeah.
herring.
Okay. Okay. Not
It's a different red herring. It's not
So we
this
said a
one.
couple hours, and a couple hours I was like, oh, okay. here
The
we go.
first thing I want to do is go out the window and see, and I want to use 2 key points to be able to use dark vision to be able to see anything in 120 feet.
Okay.
Would I be able to see anything?
You do not see anything.
Any
from
movement
120 feet.
whatsoever?
No movement, no targets, nothing. There is movement beginning as people are running around as
As
the thunder wave
Yeah,
has
the
launched
thunder
out.
wave.
You guys hear a horn trumpet out from the center keep as a warning call has arisen. As you guys are all sitting here, Cade walks into the room.
I am staying directly with Cade.
As he followed you into the room where you saw the symbols and was able to mention it's the Leviathans, and Cade seemingly holds his stomach in and says, tell the others, we need to meet at the Concords call yesterday. Now, we need to leave.
Yes.
And he is going to step out into the hall, expecting everyone to follow him.
Everyone, what's called now.
I noticed the movement.
Cade's going to wave his hand as if you guys should follow him. And he is going to get to a window, and he is going to begin casting a spell. And we are going to end our session there.
Cool.
So, yucky. I hope you guys had fun.
Very interesting, that's for sure.
There was a certain something that was going to happen if William was dead.
William seemingly escaped in one way or another.
I
We do
know,
not
and
how.
that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. So, we are going to gather again in a couple weeks.
Right.
I hope you guys had a good time.
Yeah.
We're going to be making it towards the Concord's call and maybe fighting some people. Maybe not. We shall see.
Hopefully we can get together at some point before then. Figure
Hopefully
out.
we can get together.
any
You
of the
let me know
information
when.
on my
I'll try and make
character.
something work.
I will find a time.
Find a time. Yeah. So. I did.
You were out and
roll-
about and
I
you
did
didn't
roll
see.
stealth checks for them.
Son of a bitch!
And they far exceeded your passive
I
perception.
know.
or investigation.
I already know what I'm going to do.
Kill them all.
Kill them all.
That, but also I'm going to look for some items.
So,
I mean,
lady and gentlemen, Broken Concord Session 1. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
Yeah, that was fun.